front stretch, the number 4 truck has hit the wall.
What a tough break for Bill Lester out of Oakland, California. The Bobby Hamilton Racing Dodge. Lester, the former road racing ace, making only his 3rd start this year, had a great qualifying run. And what a nice guy. What a great guy. What an incredible talent. Lester making his 3rd start of the year. He finished 20th at Pikes Peak, 36th at Gateway.
Turn 4 right there. He just gets loose. Got Coy Gibbs right up behind him. Got loose, overcorrected, got into the outside wall. Coy did a great job in the 20 truck getting by him, but a tough break for Bill Lester. As you mentioned, Jerry, he was just a great guy and really took his time in practice and got faster and faster and faster and had a great qualifying run and was really, really optimistic. He wanted to run all 200 miles here in this race and get a lot of experience, but unfortunately it looks like his day may be done.
Well, waving the white hanky, 1 lap to go in the inaugural Federated Auto Parts 200 at Nashville Super Speedway. Less than a mile away from the checkered flag now for Scott Riggs.
This will be his 2nd concrete victory of the year. He won earlier this year at Dover. Then Musgrave finally able to get by Travis Pavel, but I think it's going to be too late.
At Dover, Delaware, Riggs won from the pole. At Nashville Super Speedway, Scott Riggs will win from the pole. His 4th win of the year. There's the Team ASE CarQuest team, Timmy Cahoot and company celebrating. Let's go down to Amy in their pits.
Well, Timmy, at Loudon, it was a brake bracket. At IRP, it was a Heim joint. How did you get...
Caution of the day on lap 18, a little skirmish between David Donahue and Tim Fedewa in the 66. Darryl, let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, I think what happened is what we've seen off this corner over here before, coming off turn 2, 25's pedaling a little bit, 66 isn't. And the Donahue goes around and watch this. Ooh, bam, right into the side of Fedewa. Sends him sailing back out in the racetrack. Fortunately, nobody else got involved. But I believe that's just a product of that turn being a little slick over there. And Fedewa not giving Donahue enough room there.
Donahue running his first race in that number 25 car. Darryl, as you said, replacing a local driver, Chad Chaffin.
Yeah, and actually, incidents like this are, in my estimation, there's Kenny Wallace still hung up on the outside. Got a car in the wall right in front of him. 46 car.
Ashton Lewis up in the wall.
Did you notice how I didn't even flinch? I saw that car.
You went right to it.
I just drove right by it.
You went right to it.
Yes.
Caution is on the speedway for the 3rd time here at lap 30. A lot of damage. He's going to drive it away, but a lot of repairs to do to that car.
I guess they have ground, you grind concrete to smooth it up. And I guess they have ground a lot of the surface down in turns 1 and 2. And it has made it just so slick that if you get out of that, here we go, he's down in there and he's trying to get back in line. Elton Sawyer gets into the left rear of him, gets him wobbling a little bit, gets it back in out, trying to save it. But when they start that off that corner, not a whole lot you can do, Larry.
Well, he was trying to save it. The car was moving up, getting up at the top side of that racetrack where there is no grip. We keep talking about that, and the car just come around with it.
But no damage. The car didn't hit anything. He comes to a stop over there. He caught a caution, didn't lose a lap. So he can come and get him 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles and try it again.
The boys need to hit pit road.
Well, it's funny how it works sometimes. Right when you're really starting to set on that hot stove down there and sweat a little bit, the caution comes out and saves you. You crew chiefs are the luckiest guys in the world.
Well, this is a real break, though, for our leaders, because there were about 8 to 10 laps from having to come to pit road, and Scott Wimmer in that 23 car, he's the one that would have been out there leading this race.
Yeah, I liked Wimmer's. I liked the call they made on Wimmer. Almost worked out for him. You come in under green here, you're going to lose a lap.
Our 5th caution of the afternoon came out on lap 70. 44 car of Mike.
That probably his crew was saying, man, if you can pick it up a little bit, let's try to stay on the lead lap. And he just overdrove the corner.
And that's probably one of the worst things you can do at this racetrack is start overdriving it, get up in that second groove, car just gets away from you. Hard hit in turn 1 and 2.
Hard hit, and you see the fire coming out from the hood. That's probably broke the fuel pump and letting a little gas out on the hot headers.
All right, think the leader's going to hit pit road? They're going to have to.
It's going to be busy pit road. 4 tires, few adjustments for everybody. It was put on the truck as a backup for here, had to unload it again.
Trouble down here. 4th turn.
Jeff Purvis in the 18 car.
Boy, he's doing everything he can.
The whole field's coming forward.
Oh, no.
This is not a good thing.
71 of Kevin LePage also gets sideways.
Well, Purvis was doing everything he could to hang on to it, try to keep from spinning the thing all the way around, but it was coming up in front of the leaders was the problem.
Boy, and lucky nobody hit anything or anybody else. Jeff Purvis from Clarksville, Tennessee.
Kevin LePage in the 71 trying to get it back going and stay on the lead lap, and he will do that.
Yeah, and the 83 car just got a lap back.
Jeff Streeter.
It's good heads up driving on his part, on the 83's part.
Our seventh.
Now, the problem is right behind him here is the whole field bearing down on him in a hurry. Here they come.
Wow. There you see Kevin LePage in the 71 spinning around off turn 4.
And again, you got your spotter, and your spotter's trying to tell you where to go and what to do, but when you don't, the car didn't ever take a set. It never stopped anywhere, kept moving. Spotter's trying to second guess where he's going to end up.
On board with Jeff Purvis.
Watch his hands over there. Steer, 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 steer. Whoop, yep, yep, back the other way, back, back, back. He's just working really hard trying to keep the thing. Look at that.
He had it corrected about 6 times.
Daryl, is that instinct? I mean, you're feeling which way to jack that wheel?
That's called flying by the seat of your pants right there.
And he couldn't tell you how he did it, could he?
I did it.
All right. Working our 7th.
Guys, trouble. Oh, man.
That's Clay Rogers, the 17 youngster out of Mooresville, North Carolina. 83 of Jeff Streeter also involved. He's had a tough day. 8th caution comes out on lap 101.
This is a car that's normally driven, the Visine car, normally driven by Matt Kenseth. Some of the races that's on off weekends or conflicts bad with Winston Cup races, Clay Rogers, the young rookie, will be driving.
He hit the wall hard, Daryl.
He really did. I looked up, I saw sheet metal flying, and he got it in there really hard, front end first. Looks like he gets together with somebody here. Round she goes, and
that was Stedman Marlin in the 95 car there on the low side.
That's a hard
Sterling's son.
And then he gets another little shot right there. Jeff Streeter had just gotten a lap back on this last caution. Boy, everybody's looking for a place to go.
Not sure. They know he's going to slide down the racetrack. That's what happened right here. Jeff Streeter dove to the high side and just barely skimmed past the front end. Matt Kenseth will be back in this Visine car next week at Talladega.
Let's take a look on board. Clay Rogers.
Boy, when you see him jolt, when you see that jolt like that, that just, man. See the driver how it jostles him around in there. Those are hard licks.
Daryl, you never know when licks are going to stop.
No, you don't. 66 around. He got
hard into the wall.
The 66 got into the side of that 63 car.
Shane Hall
got a bunch of cars down the bottom of the racetrack.
And Daryl, Larry Foyt, that 14, Mark Day, the 16.
Some guys trying to get laps back.
Chad Little, the 74.
Mike McLaughlin.
Larry Foyt, that Harris 14 car, we just had been talking about him, stayed on the lead lap and gets caught up in this accident.
Yeah.
A lot of damage to that left
damage.
rear.
63 got.
There you are to see Shane Hall in the 63 turn around, nowhere for Tim Fedewa in the 66 to go. We see Bobby Hamilton all the way on the bottom of the racetrack.
Apron. Here comes the 14 car down here at the bottom. The 16 car got into him, so I'm sure that was a chain reaction. People slowing down.
From the MBNA in-car camera.
Boy, oh boy, where'd I go? Where'd I go?
Go down here where there's no cars yet.
Exactly.
But also no racetrack going through the grass.
That was the safest place though at that point.
Larry Foyt's going to bring that number 14 Chevrolet to pit road. Another rookie who raced in the ASA series last year. See the 14, 16.
For too long, and man, I tell you, passing cars here have got trouble around. Oh, big trouble down here.
Jimmy Johnson in the 92 in the wall. 74 of Chad Little.
Ooh, that's a hard lick right there.
Yeah, he's knocked the rear end off that number 92 car.
That's too bad.
He was running in the 12th position.
Bobby Hamilton, Jr. there, I think it's just kind of the end to a long day for him. Cut down tires, gear shift problems, transmission problems, and now he's in a wreck.
Our 11th caution of the day coming out on lap 204 of 225 laps. Bobby Hamilton Jr. is able to drive it off. Let's look at the replay, Darrell.
See what happens here. We're going down into turn 1. Oh, the 92 got down on the apron.
Left side tires on the black.
Actually, he got run down there. Actually, 74 car looked to me like he almost cut him off and didn't give him anywhere to go. I have to look at it again from maybe a different angle, but it looked like the 92 had a real hit of steam up, a real run going down into turn 1, and 74 car, Chad Little didn't quite give him enough room. Let's see if we can look at it one more. I really think 92 had the position. Like Chad maybe cut down just a little bit quicker than Jimmy Johnson was anticipating. Boy, a lot of close calls there, though. And Bobby Hamilton, I think he just saw the accident, maybe panicked and locked up the brakes and got into it.
Well, these guys, they'll be glad to get out of here. Jimmy Johnson, that's
1996.
Got the white flag on his final lap. Mile and a third to go.
Float that thing down in the corner, hit your marks, get back to that throttle. Don't overdrive your corner. One more set of corners to go.
Just don't make a mistake. You got this one in the bag, buddy. Just don't make a mistake.
Jason Keller is out of time. Greg Biffle hauls it down off 3. He's headed into 4.
Here he comes back to the line for the last time to win the inaugural race here at the new Nashville Super Speedway.
And Greg Biffle wins his first NASCAR Busch Series race. The Pepsi 300 at the Nashville Super Speedway.
Jason Keller finishes second, Scott Wimmer third, Randy LaJoy drives up to 4th position, and Elton Sawyer ends up 5th.
So Greg Biffle spent last weekend fishing. This week, he's in victory lane. Look at that crew.
It's a happy bunch. Everybody in the garage area this morning when I walked through there, I'm in.
Already turn 2. Here we go. Save it, save it, save it.
Scott Wimmer, the 23, 56 of Richard Mitchell, and no caution flag, Darrell.
No, 56, what happened is he did a slow spin right there coming off of turn 2. Wimmer just had to wait for him to kind of see where he was going to go, and Wimmer got through without any problem. There, the 49 car just gets around. I think, yeah, that's what happened. It's Joe Buford, Fairground, races out the Nashville Fairground.
You saw that?
Oh, trouble down here, Jeff. Sorry.
Don't do it. Oh, got trouble on turn 4.
Joe Buford going around turn 4 here. Should bring out a, well, I don't say it should. I don't see a caution in there yet. Joe's going.
Nope, no caution.
No caution.
Under caution for the first time tonight, Kevin Grubb in the 54. We are just about to brag on him.
He was running 10th, and Steve and I were just talking about him running a pretty good race so far, and the next thing you know, it's round backwards on turn 2. Hard into the outside wall.
Kevin Grubb, 3. The last 4 races have been top 10 finishes for him.
Start of Sprague almost took them both out. Here we go. There's the 18 in trouble.
McLaughlin hard into the wall. Caution comes out for the second time this evening.
He was having a problem, and I think he was trying to maybe decide what it was. And
Shane Meal down on the apron. Woo. He might have hit the dirt.
I tell you what, he was trying to unwad.
Oh, my.
It's the 18 car. Now, we saw him in trouble, backing up. We knew he had something wrong. Goes down in the corner. I think he was having a tire problem, and he just couldn't make up his mind what it was. Looks like the right rear was down there after he bounced off the wall.
Ashton Lewis Jr. has just blistered the wall, DW. Caution out for the 3rd time. The window net is down. His sign that he's okay, but his race car isn't.
Oh, boy, I mean, he backed that thing in there a ton. He was looking right at it. He went down into turn 3 over there, and the back end just came around, and she went hard into the outside wall.
Boy, look at the damage to the rear end of that car.
Yeah, it sure took a hard lick. Turn 2. Right down.
He's got one in the wall.
Man, he's right in. He's in a terrible place.
Ooh, don't move. Caution out for the 4th time this evening. Lap 1 160. Dan Pardis in the 32. Into the wall in turn 2. Look at the restart, Darrell. That may be where that donut came from.
I think it is, because they just get, these restarts are pretty exciting. And again, we don't have one really good racing groove. And we got a car going around in turn 4, guys.
56, Richard Mitchell.
He got up out of the groove, and he got that debris on his tires. Couldn't control the car, and around she went.
Caution out for the 5th time on lap 171.
That may save Jay Sauter from losing an additional lap. He's just ahead of the leaders. So that worked out pretty good for him.
Johnny Sauter. There's too many Sauters out there.
Whoever, one of those Sauter boys in that 2 car.
You know there's 11 Sauters altogether.
I know there's a lot of them. I know there's about 5. It seems like, how many Sauters are racing tonight?
There's 3 tonight.
May have, but I think he may have just gotten up in the loose stuff. His car goes in hard on the outside here. I watched him. Around she goes.
Richard Mitchell.
Everywhere right now. I think, like I said, everybody realizes the end is drawing near, and everybody's kind of got a car around there. It's the 26.
Ron Hornaday.
Hornaday. I think he's going to. Boy, he kissed it right at the end. Seems like you get up out of the groove at all, man. You just can't. You can't control the car, and around she goes.
Caution out for the 6th time. Ron Hornaday.
If anybody's got a shot at getting a lap back here or not. I think McMurray is trying, but I don't think he's too far back. Unless everybody stops and lets him go. Here comes, here he comes, here he comes. Come on, come on. Well, what happened there, Sprague slowed down for McMurray, but then Biffle said, whoa, guess what? You slow down, I go by.
That's right.
Like I said, we're at the end of the race, or we're getting very near to the end of the race. There's no time to be playing games.
Compton in the 59. Hornaday just gets loose, and Larry Foyt gets by him on the bottom.
Just gets up out of the groove just ever so slightly. And that's why I was telling you, Steve, about a car. I don't want to have a loose race car, because you get
Busch Series victory. Going on to win 5 more races.
Steve, just to give you an idea, again, on that, got trouble over turn 2 over there.
Tony Raines in the 33.
Boy,
no caution.
I think they'll have to have, he's down on the inside. They'll keep going or not.
He's got it back on there.
Yeah, he's going. Boy, the 10 car's off the pace now. Trouble with the 10 car. He only lost 1 lap, but he's about a lap and 3/4 behind now. So,
and I wonder, Darrell,
caution.
I wonder if Raines got a piece of Scott Riggs there.
Something may have happened on that restart, because we've seen that a number of times tonight where guys have gotten together.
And Biffle lost momentum just for a second.
Got a car around again right here in front of him. That's
Scott Riggs again?
It looks like Riggs. Yeah, it's hard to tell from here, but I'm pretty sure that's Riggs.
Caution is out. It is Scott Riggs.
I think he was trying really, really hard, Riggs was, to stay on the lead lap, or to not lose another lap because the leaders were closing. Car just come around with him.
Yellow flag for the 7th time this evening.
You know, the next thing you know, he spun out over there.
See a few sparks coming from underneath Jack Sprague's car, but I think he's getting excited.
I think he's trying to figure out how. No, I can't play that car. What am I going to do with it?
It'll look good on the wall. How about that with the sandbag
Right.
job?
I guarantee you, Rick Hendrick would figure out something to do with it. If I was Jack, I might just sell it back to Rick. Say, here, how much you give me to get it?
2 laps to go for Jack Sprague.
Just think about Hendrick Motorsports. I mean, Jack Sprague wins the truck championships, goes in that series and dominates. And they said they're going to run step Ricky and Jack both up to the Busch Series this year. And here Jack is right out here, just like he did in the Truck Series, on his way to his first victory and leading the championship. Piece of cake.
White flag for Jack Sprague. About a half a mile from his first NASCAR Busch Series victory.
Down into turn 3 he goes. And right there all night long, had a very consistent race car, a very dominant race car. And here he comes to take the checkered flag here in the Nashville Super Speedway.
Jack Sprague's going to win his first NASCAR Busch Series event here at the Nashville Super Speedway. Another first-time winner, 3 for 3 at the Nashville Super Speedway.
Great run for Bobby Hamilton Jr. Comes home in second place. Another good run for him. Fred Wayne did a great job. Biffle took his old beat-up hot rod, came home third, held off Sauter, Jay Sauter, and Jason Killer, Kenny Wallace, Scott Wimmer. Hey, how about Hank Parker? And Shane Meal, ninth.
And Ricky Hendrick finished 15th. You're talking about Hendrick Motorsports just a second ago.
I told him all he had to do was remain focused, and I played football for a year.
He knows how to do donuts. I've seen him do it in the truck.
He burned the tires off at Richmond last year.
One of the most awesome burnout tires. I saw he just melting them down.
Well, Jack Sprague's going to find his way to victory lane. And when he gets there, after he's done cutting the grass,
Weed eater.
It's a weed eater. We'll talk to him. We'll be right back.
3 wide. Now we have trouble. Chase Montgomery is in the wall in turn 4. And that will bring out the first yellow flag. Good news for Brian Vickers. And now more trouble. Steve Grissom is now involved. And we see another car spinning down through there, and that's Chris Bingham. A lot of damage to the back end of that car. And Regan Smith, his buffalo nose is kind of punched in right there.
Oh, I think we got an engine problem. That's Chase Montgomery's smoke prior to starting to spin. Then the tire smoke, yeah, smoke coming out of the tailpipes there as he's backwards against the wall. And that's really what caused the second part. These guys got in the oil, the 49 car. He slid in the oil, got up into the outside wall. And very fortunate. The leaders just got by there. Randy LaJoie, Scott Riggs. There's Bobby Hamilton Jr. He's doing all he can do to avoid the accident. And here comes the leaders down pit road.
First yellow, first pit stop of the day. Again, they can change 3 sets. Here's the lead machines now trying to slow down with a yellow flag waving, working their way down the back straightaway. That action, they'll come upon it now. They'll move by it as they work their way through turns 3 and 4. Justin Ashburn and Scott Wimmer got involved there. You see those 2 crippled cars lying down to the inside of the racetrack. Wimmer finally refires that battered Stacker 2 car and is trying to move back in the right direction. Bobby Hamilton Jr. leads them across the start-finish line. And the second yellow flag. Inside Scott Wimmer's car. You can get it to go backwards.
You can't go forward. Something, there he goes. He's got it going in the right direction now, but heavy.
Was a noise as a driver never likes to.
That's for sure. 3 cars involved in that wreck. We saw Kerry Earnhardt. He kind of split the goalpost. He went between the 2 cars as they were.
We're going into turn 3. Looked like his car might have got nudged just a bit.
Hard impact into that outside wall.
The sounds from inside that car, unbelievable. The lead machines will get another opportunity to come to pit road. You see the yellow car blasting in first. That's Scott Riggs. Let's go to Bill Venturini. So FX presented by Subway continues. 4th yellow flag is flying. It is for Stedman Marlin. And he has spun the Keystone Light Dodge, number 30. Didn't look like he did a whole lot of damage to that car. There he is. He loops it. Nice, easy spin. That brings out the 4th yellow flag. We're back to Nashville Super Speedway in just a moment. Down to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Brett, you know, let's add one more thing to that. This is the first time today that we've seen LaJoie and Randy LaJoie spins.
And he hits the wall hard in turn 4. It snap hooked in there, brings out the 5th caution flag. So one of the guys we thought could contend and perhaps win this race won't. Here's a look at Randy LaJoie's problem.
Going down into turn 3. Looks like he turns down in the corner trying to get in behind Bobby Jr. and Mike Bliss was there. Couldn't quite see on that shot who it was that possibly made contact, or Randy turned it in there and the back end just came out from underneath him.
That was a big lick that LaJoie took. He will now try to nurse that car back to the garage area and make repairs.
What's with the arm? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be all right. We'll be back in California. It's possibly fractured, but we'll find out next week, and we'll be ready to go.
Back up to the booth.
Trouble for Casey Kane. You see his Great Clips Ford has clipped the wall and is headed in the wrong direction, and that'll bring out the yellow flag for the 6th time today. And you can see as he comes back around, a lot of damage to the left side, some damage also to the rear of that car. And Casey Kane, who was having a pretty... Mike Bliss trying to come up on the number 1 to lap him. That's David Stremme. Jason Keller is in the wall.
Caution's out.
And that one is going to hurt a number of drivers. Tough break for Jason Keller, who has run top 5 just about all afternoon long. That is the 7th caution flag. Keller looks like might have there. David Green has caught the leader, Johnny Sauter. They take the white flag, 1 mile and 1/3 to go. Green looks to the inside. Sauter, though, will beat him to turn 1.
Johnny didn't close the door. He made like he was going to close the door, but didn't close it. David's got a run coming up out of turn 2. He's alongside.
They nearly touch midway down the back straightaway. It's a horsepower battle to turn number 3. David Green wins it. Sauter will try to come back on the outside.
Wow, what a move. David Green pulled it off.
David Green on the white flag took the lead and has won here at Nashville.
Woo! What a finish.
David Green has won it in dramatic fashion. Johnny Sauter was able to hold on until the very end. But David Green... Here's Ron Young now spinning down the racetrack. Everybody taking evasive action, and it will be a 1-car incident that brings out the first yellow flag of this race.
I was watching that as you were talking about the blue line. I saw him look like he got up a little bit out of the black and got a little loose there, spun it out. But yes, the blue line does marks the wall and the race surface because they're the same color, and it's hard to tell.
Here's another look at that situation.
Just like I said, I guess I wasn't wrong this time. But yeah, he got up high, and you can see the concrete dust, and you can see that there's no rubber there and no grip.
Here's a second look at that problem, and you can see just barely got a piece of the wall. So Ron Young brings out the first caution flag. We're only 3 laps into the 225 to make up the...
Down, and evidently something is rubbing against the... we got problems on the racetrack.
That's trouble in turn number 2.
2 cars.
And that brings out the 3rd caution flag.
Everybody just flying through that wreck there. That was a very close call.
And look at that right there. Riggs almost sideways trying to dive underneath those cars.
Very close call. You could see where the valence was right on the racetrack. He was hard on the brakes. The car got a little loose. That was some really good driving.
Joe Buford, that car down the bottom of the screen, the 53. Riggs went right, then he said, no, I've got to go left.
Ashton Lewis did a good job to miss this wreck, too.
Johnny Sauter also squeezed by as well. Let's take a look from his in-car camera. He was off the gas. Yeah. He spotted a hole, man. He got on the hammer.
You got to go for it. I mean, he had a little more time. Scott Riggs was the one sitting on the hot furnace.
Yeah, Scott went, okay, I'm going outside. Nope, that's not going to work, and got on the brakes. And now the lead.
Don got in the back of the 12 car.
Little payback. Kerry Earnhardt on the inside of the racetrack, turn 1.
That was not a little payback. That was a lot of payback.
Caution flag number 5. The record, by the way, just in case this comes up later, 11 cautions, 58 caution laps. Those are the things we're looking at as far as the record books.
I hate that for Kerry Earnhardt.
Turn there at the start-finish line. And Kerry Earnhardt turned just after the start-finish line. Again, maybe contact between him and Todd Bodine. A few laps before, the roles were reversed. It was maybe Kerry tapping Todd, and then...
There was no maybe there.
There's no maybe. You saw that one?
I saw that with my own eyes.
So that was a punt. That was not a tap.
That was a big one.
So you can see the roof flap up on the Super Cup machine, and Kerry's looking in his rearview mirror very intently. Do you think he's looking for a particular car to come up beside him? I don't know. On right hand.
Yeah, sounds like you may have a valve spring problem. 26 car to the wall.
Lance Norrick backs into the wall hard. That's in turn 2. And that brings out caution flag number 8.
The 21 car, it's hard to say. It sounded like it could have been a valve spring. And McCoy Gibbs goes down in the corner. I don't know, maybe Coy got the air off of him. Went for a ride.
Stanton Barrett, it looks like, squeezed by the inside. A good save for him. Tough break for Lance Norrick.
Yeah, the 26 car there, Lance Norrick, was in 16th place, 3 laps down.
This may take out the fuel mileage question. We'll see it.
Our fuel mileage, well, looks like a caution's coming out, so we may be okay. But the car's running great, and here again, we're at Nashville chasing a rabbit like we were in the spring, but David's doing an awesome job. And the longer we go here, it seems like the faster we get. So, never know. I think he's got some form here.
There you go. Confidence, guys. I think the 92 blew up. Back to you, Mark.
That's right, Rick. Todd Bodine blown up, 10th caution flag. He also left some debris out there on the racetrack as just a little bit, but he is comfortably ahead of the car behind him, Ashton Lewis Jr. Here's Johnny Sauter now working his way by David Stremme. He takes over the number 1 spot, and now those two get together. Sauter finds the wall here on the front stretch. Caution flag 11 is out for Johnny Sauter, spinning down through the grass.
Concrete is just not very forgiving. I thought that maybe he would be able to save that, but he just didn't. Saw a little fire there.
Johnny Sauter just gotten by David Stremme. Stremme bumps him from behind. The wreck's on.
David Green made it past both those guys. Johnny Sauter got past the 1 car. Looked like he may have gotten a little loose, and then the 1 car had the air off of him a little bit, and 21 maybe checked up a little bit. One of those deals. I don't know what that is on fire, but it's something. It's not the fuel pump.
It's not good, no matter what it is. So Johnny Sauter, looks like the fire's out. He'll head for pit road. Tried to pass the pace car. No. That's not a good thing. But a tough break. They were beaten up a little bit, but he was hanging to it on the last lap. David Green is not getting anywhere near me.
Looks like they're going to have 1 car to contend with. Johnny Sauter coming up over here.
So the white flag is out. David Green made up some ground coming out of turn number 2. He's running out of time. Scott Riggs. Now just 1 more corner in that Nesquik Ford. He'll become the first repeat winner at the Nashville Super Speedway, and the 2nd time this year he has won. Scott Riggs beats David Green to the line with David Stremme in the number 3 spot.
Stanton Barrett, good run for him. Finished 7th. Ashton Lewis finished 6th. And Bobby Hamilton Jr. there with the hole in the nose.
Here, and most of the guys we're used to seeing up front, a lot of them are back in about finished 20th position.
Carl Edwards, who's in 20th right now, is defending a winner of this race. And the caution comes out. It looks like problems with the 17 of David Rudeman, the NTN Bearing 17, looking like it's got a blown right tire. Wendy?
That's exactly right. They had a tire going down. They're all grabbing their guns. They're getting ready. David will be coming in to change that tire.
You know, and that's just a shame, too, because you see that
$1,000 Bass Pro Shops gift certificate. And again, all those proceeds going to the Victory Junction gang.
What a terrific cause there. $42,000. Unfortunately, look at this. Bill Lester, unfortunately, such a great run going. It looked like what we saw. It looked like he may have cut a tire down, got up high into the outside wall, Chad.
Yeah, I think you're right, Phil. Just looking at the truck and, you know, where he was running and stuff, there was really wasn't a lot of challenge around him, and the damage looks like he cut a right front tire. He got into the wall off hard. Just a shame. He's having his career best run. Let's take a look at exactly what happened here. See him go down into turn number 1. Blowing right front, no question about it. That's exactly what happens right there. You can't turn it. It just goes.
Senior, look at Bobby, look to the outside.
Phil, what I'm starting to see is these guys trying different lines. Now you see Bobby Senior going in a little bit higher. See maybe if he can get a little extra grip. Oh, there he goes on the inside, down the back straightaway to see if he can get some extra grip in a different spot that he hasn't been running in. Now what you have right there is Ted finally said, okay, you've been trying me. I'm going to let you go right. Oh, we have a crash with Dennis Setzer in the 46 truck.
Caution flag comes out, and second in the points, Dennis Setzer. We're on board with him, has problems, and so the caution will come out for Dennis Setzer.
I don't think he hit anything, you guys.
It doesn't look like it, but we saw the 4 of Bobby Hamilton get by Ted Musgrave, and then Dennis Setzer spun out, so that will allow him to keep that second position. Let's see if we can take a look at what happened to Dennis.
Looks to me like he just got loose, Phil.
Just got a little bit loose. He's probably been fighting a little loose condition here. We'll take a look from his onboard camera. Listen, watch and listen right here as he drives down in turn number 1. Did he clip the apron?
I think he may have got a left front wheel there, just down on the apron there where the yellow line is, and back into the gas, the truck being a little bit loose.
Yeah, he was already back in the gas, so that's really not a situation where he probably would have been all that loose, but I think he clipped that left front, the left front tire on the apron, that grabbed that left front tire and planted the front end and turned him around.
Now helped quite a bit.
Carl Edwards continues to try to hold him off as they're side by side. Edwards on the high side of the track, trying to keep the momentum up as he tries to hold off the 46, but it's just a matter of time.
Well, while the second, third place point guys are battling back there for the 19th position, our leader in the points has got the very front spot here, and we've got 1 lap to go, Rick.
The white flag came out for the Square D Dodge of Bobby Hamilton. He is just miles away from his home as far as the open house took place in his race shop. Bobby Hamilton's racing is housed right here in Nashville, Tennessee. And as he comes out of turn number 4, Bobby Hamilton is going to win the Toyota Tundra 200. And he will do it with almost 5 truck lengths between himself and David Starr.
What a great job by Bobby Hamilton. We never knew how strong he was. We thought David Starr would be vulnerable on the restart. Bobby Hamilton drove right by him on the...
Caution is out. 2-car wreck. Aaron Fike is one of them. Mike Wallace is number 4 is the other. The left front on Fike's car, minus all of its sheet metal. The Ollie's Bargain Outlet Dodge. They're going to have a few remnants from Monday's sale. And trouble on the Geico car as Mike Wallace gets on the horn to a claims adjuster. Will be
car go into his pits. A very near miss for our leader. Is that Bobby Hamilton Jr.'s fault? Absolutely not. It's normally on the spotter's shoulders, Jeff Hammond, to talk him in and out of those pits.
It really is, Larry, and I was watching Harold Holley at that time because I was down there very close.
Went past the 38 for the lead. So Casey Kane comes up on the lap car. David Starr, who was up in the higher groove as the drivers had been instructed. Bobby Hamilton Jr. dropped underneath, took the lead. And then David Stremme had a wild ride up in turn 2. That's Hermie Sadler close behind, maybe too close.
Maybe got a little bit of help right there from Hermie in the 0-2. Brought the caution out. I want to tell you who this caution could have been a break for. 25 car.
It is, and it'll bring out the caution.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
And Casey Kane may get the break he needed. In fact, it's going to be a big break because I don't think Clint Boyer has stopped. We're going to have just a handful of cars left on the lead lap.
Yeah, the bad news for Casey Kane, as I just had said, he's now going to have to use his final third set of tires here with a bunch of laps to go in this race.
Had a problem up in turn 4. You'll see him come in from the right side of the screen. Up there and into the wall. Jeff Hammond, what happened to Bobby Jr.?
Mike, his days continue to get kind of bad as far as Bobby Hamilton's concerned. A right rear tire going down forced Bobby up the racetrack, and he brushed the wall with the right front also.
Fourth car in line. Ahead of him on the tail end of the lead lap. Restart King Ron Hornaday, Robbie Gordon, and Johnny Sauter. Then our race leader. And That's all because of who stopped and who didn't under this caution flag. So we're back under green at lap 154. Good, clean restart.
He's got a good start, even though he's in second position on the racetrack right now. Robbie Gordon in the 55 car. He's going to go over and challenge Ron Hornaday.
Patience, never mind. Boyer takes it 3 wide.
But look at the leader right there that was leading the race, Ron Hornaday. He gets tapped from behind right in front of the entire field.
Michael Waltrip got him. And here comes everybody. Now, Hornaday was leading the pack, but not leading the race.
He was trying to stay on the lead lap, the tail end lead lap. So was Robbie Gordon. In my book, those guys were not showing a lot of patience right there, though.
Nobody was.
Now, Robbie Gordon at 55, he will get back on the lead lap because he was in front of the leader. But there you see all the damage to Michael Waltrip in the... There you see Robbie Gordon at 55 had already got in the back of Ron Hornaday in the 2 car. There you see him sideways. Johnny Sauter going to the bottom. There's our leader, Clint Boyer. And there's where Michael Waltrip in the 99 just wasn't sure which way he needed to go with cars on the high side, low side. Gets a lot of damage to the left front.
Tough break to put out Boyer. 1 car up and slams the wall. Drifts down in front of traffic. But he's going to be able to keep going. Is that Yaley?
J.J. Yaley in the 18 car. We have no caution, though. And NASCAR's trying to get him to get down and get off the racetrack. We got a battle for the lead down the backstretch, though.
Here
Kyle Busch in the 5, side by side with Clint Boyer under 21.
Watching him, watching the flag man. No sign of yellow. Busch has the lead. Boyer wants it. Here comes Benson. They are almost 3 wide as they come off the corner. No caution. Here come the leaders. Boyer holds it. Busch is right with him. 4 cars under a blanket.
2 by 2 and 2 to go.
And Yaley is off the racetrack. He's out of harm's way. Here they come, and Kyle Busch is going to try to hold him off. Boyer taps.
Oh, they're sideways. Look at Robbie Gordon on the high side. He gets all 4 cars, all the leaders.
Caution comes out as Michael Waltrip makes the pass.
Now remember, the field was frozen when the caution came out, but the cars that caused the caution, they are not able to stay on the lead lap or get the free pass.
Larry, as I saw it looking across the track, at the moment the starter lifted the caution flag, Michael Waltrip had passed those cars to take the lead. And a fellow who was down in the mouth all weekend about his Busch program just not coming together is probably going to go to victory lane. They are still crashing down the front straightaway as they come to the line.
Yeah, Michael started back in 22nd position. We did get the white flag.
I've seen a lot of wild finishes and not too many to match up to this one.
And you know, there was a point this race.
Oh, let's sort this one out.
They're coming off turn 2. This was with about a lap and a half to go. You saw the 21 just barely got in the back of the 5, and then it looked like Johnny Benson got in the back of the 21 and just kind of sucked in Robbie Gordon in the 55 car. Chain reaction.
There's the first contact. Boyer into Busch. Benson and Gordon into Boyer, and the caution comes out right about there as Michael Waltrip had made the pass, and we believe Johnny Sauter had gone to second. Larry, it's 4 guys trying to win it.
Yeah, I mean, this was with a lap and a half to go, and there's guys trying to win their first Busch Series race right there. Robbie Gordon and Clint Boyer in the 21, and Johnny Benson, who has not been to victory lane in a long time in the Busch Series.
Let's ride with Michael Waltrip. Right now, he's 5th.
He knew something was happening. You could hear him get out of the throttle even before anyone touched anyone. He knew it was fixing to break loose.
And you saw the caution light, and when it came on.
Nobody hit him. He stayed on the lead lap. Here we see Tony Raines coming out of turn number 4. It hits the wall hard. He's behind the wall right now. Now listen to David Stremmy's car right here. Blows the right front going down into turn number 1. Tears the fender up, debris all over the racetrack. Brings out a caution. Bobby Hamilton's car was vibrating really bad. They come in and find a loose lug nut, and that's what the result is. It broke his wheel.
Back up front, Martin Truex Jr., the pole sitter, has led 35 of 95 laps. As the rain began to fall, he is our current leader. Lightning in the area. Track officials evacuated the grandstands. We are now under red flag. We are waiting out the weather to resume the Federated Auto Park.
Front and back damage. The car camera view of David Stremmy's car. It just hit the wall.
A lot of smoke inside that race car.
Tire smoke right now.
He has crunched it really good. Look at that. Really trimmed up that car.
They really did. You guys are on the ball.
But looking at that left rear corner, Chad, the whole dry brake area, the overflow vent, that's all smashed in. There's going to be a lot of time lost repairing that race car if they can repair it in time.
Yeah, you know, it certainly is a lot of cosmetic damage, but it certainly won't handle as well. That's for sure.
Let's go on board with David Stremme in the trim spot car.
Well, we heard him get... Great sound effects. We heard him get back into the throttle, and then the back end swapped.
Cautions on the racetrack. He dives down on the apron.
It looks like David Green did blow a motor.
And Hermie Sadler caught up in the oil on the racetrack. The fifth caution, 5-car Kyle Busch just cruising. Whoa, he's out of gas. He's in the grass. Leader Kyle Busch is spinning in the grass.
The grass is very wet.
The caution's still not out. 4 laps to go.
Did we call it?
The caution's in the air.
Did we call the caution or what? 4 laps to go. The leader spins out, coming off of turn number 4. It appeared he was out of fuel, but the motor's still running as he's working his way through the grass.
And who is your leader? Jason.
Fuel pressure gauge bobbled. He tried to get down into pit road. Was going too fast. Couldn't get slowed down. Into the grass.
223 laps complete. Jason Leffler, can he make it on fuel? 2 more laps. He's down on the apron, trying to become the 105th driver to score a NASCAR Busch Series victory. Has enough fuel to go the distance and score his first NASCAR Busch Series win, the first win for his owner, Gene Haas.
So watch for Brendan Gaughan to move up through the field fairly quickly. Ray?
Well, Wendy, I think we also have to keep our eye on Dennis Setzer. Now, he starts back in the field in 16th, but Dennis Setzer has a 227-point lead, the biggest we've ever seen with 10 races to go.
Mike Skinner grabs the green flag. We're underway with the Toyota Tundra 200.
I think a lot of these drivers are going to tiptoe a little bit till they get some Goodyear rubber down over that Hoosier rubber. Looks like we have a pretty clean turn 1 and 2 right now. I see some of the trucks on the outside losing some ground. They're just not, they don't want to take any chances, man.
The inside is going to be the place to be, especially at the start of this race. Just like we've talked about the Hoosier rubber, this place, it's the inside seems to always be faster anyway.
Mike Skinner jumping out to an early lead on his fellow Toyota competitors. They started in the top 3 positions today.
Brandon Witt was able to get by Bill Luster to take over the 2nd position. But Mike Skinner opened up about a 7/10 of a second lead that very first lap.
Taking a look at the Power Stroke diesel by International, number 10 of Terry Cook as he moves on the inside. And problems early on. That's Deborah Renshaw sliding sideways, trying to get a handle on it. She goes into the infield, doesn't make too much contact early on. Let's see if she can hold it down. She does not. All of the drivers woeing up, as they say, able to stay off of the number 8 of Deborah Renshaw. Deborah Renshaw with a great qualifying effort was up front, but just had some problems there.
At the tail end of that, Ricky Craven was turned around over there in turn number 4. I'm sure as he got off the throttle, somebody wasn't quite sure that there was a caution flag out. Somebody ran into him, turned him around, and it looked like Brendan Gaughan may have touched the wall trying to avoid Deborah Renshaw. We'll have to take a look at it.
And you see the damage to the number 8 Dodge there of Deborah Renshaw. That's the...
Looked like the 75 got a little piece of that at the end as well.
There's a good view of it right here. You see Deborah was kind of in the middle of 2 trucks. You got Johnny Benson, the black 23 on the inside, Matt Crafton, the 88 on the outside. Matt did all he could do to avoid Deborah. It looked like he might have made a little contact. Now watch as Deborah comes up the racetrack. It looks like Brendan Gaughan coming by, and yes, he did make some pretty good contact with the outside wall.
the blue truck there, I wasn't sure if that was it couldn't have been David Rudiman. It must have been the Spears Manufacturing 75.
Yes, I believe it was, and that's a bad place on the spoiler. I mean, you're really going to rely on that spoiler. We've talked about how slick the racetrack is going to be. She was a little bit up off the bottom because she had a truck on her inside. Pretty slick right there.
Here we see Brendan go by and does make some contact with the outside wall, but what's surprising is it looks as though Brendan stayed on the racetrack while we have some other trucks on pit road. Matt Crafton's on pit road. Tim Fido on a few of the other trucks. Reiki Craven, the one we mentioned earlier that spun out in the aftermath of this situation. Tim Fido got a little piece of that too as she was backing up the racetrack.
And that's a situation where shouldn't you lock the wheels up right there when you're in the infield and not be able to drift back up with the track?
You really should. That's one of the things that you learn in racing. Once you get down to a safe part of it, didn't knock my toe out. I think I'm okay, and that's probably why they stayed on the racetrack. That, and again, with the fact that weather is threatening in the area, and they want to be in great position if this race only goes to halfway.
Side-by-side battle for third position. David Rudiman and the 22 of Bill Lester side-by-side across the line. Bill Lester getting the nod. Rick Crawford moving up into the third position, and that was a battle for fourth between Rudiman and Lester.
David Rudiman certainly wants to run well here. His owner, as we saw earlier, is here, Darrell Waltrip, so he wants to impress him. Terry Cook is really making a nice run so far. Drive to the inside of Jack Sprague. That was the fastest fastest truck in practice. Both practice sessions yesterday. Jack Sprague was very, very quick. Had a great qualifying.
Oh,
got trouble again.
That's the 02 of Kelly Sutton and the 9 of Shiggy Hattori. Those two trucks looks like they're wedged into the wall right now. Neither of them moving.
Well, they're close enough that they can have a conversation right now. You have driver's window to driver's window.
Give them an opportunity.
Which is, you've got a doubly talented guy, as I mentioned earlier with Carl Edwards, a guy that can win races and do backflips. I
mean, a gymnast.
That's great.
You know, Hank and I were talking earlier, actually coming out here this morning, and you know, when we started driving, you started driving, Hank and I, there was no driver development programs. There was no gong show. You just had to be very fortunate, be in the right place at the right time, and have somebody see.
Problem right there.
Gosh. Yeah,
that's the Bailey's 4. Timothy Peters gets into the wall. We saw contact just before Peters got into the wall, so he was helped into the wall, and some heavy damage to the front of that number 4.
Yeah, that would have been a good place for some give and take right there, and that was totally avoidable. That should never happen.
And that was a good way down off of turn 4 in the dog leg on the straightaway.
There you see the damage to the 59 Robert Presley.
You know how you figure this out? He's got left front damage and he's got right rear damage. So what does that tell you?
There's a good chance that they were involved together.
I think they made some contact.
One of them didn't give up the space that they had.
We saw a situation earlier in this race where Brandon Witt had a truck try to squeeze him out. Brandon backed off, good heads up move, and no problem. Take a look at it. You see the 59 got into the rear corner of the floor, just as you mentioned, Darrell, and it turned him right into the outside wall.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure that Robert Presley's in that 59 truck, and he's an experienced driver, and that's a young man in the 4. I'm sure he would have probably thought maybe he thought he was going to do something that he didn't do.
It almost looked as though Timothy was possibly moving up too on the racetrack, so maybe all the blame can't be thrown on Robert Presley's shoulders.
I think you're probably right. You know, anytime you can take a couple of looks at these things, there's enough blame to go around for everybody.
Well, I'm sure there's 2 guys that'll have 2 different views.
Well, you know what I always say. Let's see what we see here now.
It's going to be a good view of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just such slight contact.
Yeah. The leaders, because they didn't want to be a sitting duck.
Well, we talked earlier about now we were looking at the 15 of John Andretti just able to get in front of Bobby Hamilton, but the 46 had problems earlier with the right front tire going flat, and he brought out the 3rd caution of the day, and so he's had troubles, but currently in 13th position. Oh, the Toyota Tundra of Bill Lester spinning across the infield. That's that Office Depot number 22 of Bill Lester. We just talked about how well he was running.
Well, and he said there's something maybe wrong with the gear in the car, and I don't see any damage. He didn't hit anything, but maybe he's tearing up a rear end gear, a ratchet or something, Phil.
Well, if he loses a ratchet, that would loosen a truck up in a heartbeat.
Caution number 5 coming out as Bill Lester gets that truck back out onto the track.
The ratchet, by the way, is inside the rear end gear, and it's what equalizes the pulling on the rear tires, the right rear or the left rear. It locks them up.
See if we can take a look. He's on the inside of Terry Cook. And how many times do we see that the truck on the inside loses air off the rear spoiler? That's what's happened to Bill. Did a great job keeping that truck out of the outside wall, and he gets it woed before he gets into the inside wall. So he put 4 tires on. He should be good to go.
Yeah, that big old roof flap.
Most of the lead trucks stayed out there, but people like Bobby Hamilton, there's a great battle for the lead. Mike Skinner's going back for the lead.
Skinner took it away.
The
David Ruderman.
Terry Cook was down on the apron.
Yeah, he got a great restart. I was going to say he got a great restart. Johnny's had the best restart so far, but
15 trucks off the pace here going down into turn 1. I don't know what his issues are. John Andretti in the 15. It looks like he may have a tire down.
Problems on John Andretti. Wendy, what's going on?
That's exactly what it is. It is right rear flat going on the 15 of Terry Cook's in the wall.
Terry Cook hits the wall. The Power Stroke diesel by International number 10 coming out of turn number 4. That will bring out
we got more
the
trouble back
6th
here.
caution of the day. We've got spinners going across the infield. That's the 07 driven by Rich Bickle, who's made his way into the infield.
we were just talking about Terry Cook having a great start.
Yeah.
And on the apron the lap before it, or the corner before it.
I'm not so sure. He came on the apron 3 wide here. Maybe he run over something, because I think he may have cut a tire down or some issue over there in turn 3.
Just a horrible break, though, for Terry Cook. Had such a good truck here. This was, again, we mentioned the sister truck to the truck that he's run so well with since Charlotte, when he had that great second-place run at Charlotte. He lost that truck, unfortunately, when he was inside of 5 laps to go to win a race, and lost that truck. And this is the sister truck, but hopefully he can get this truck fixed and get back out, maybe get some more points.
A lot of damage. We'll take a look at how this happened.
Oh, he goes in on the inside there, runs it down in hard. Outside of Cleaver, on the inside of Cleaver, and it just sucks him around.
Very similar to what happened to Bill Lester. He was on the inside, got a little loose, and needed to use some racetrack to catch that truck. Unfortunately, the 50 of Todd Cleaver was there. Terry never could gather up the truck, and the thing ended up overcorrecting and put him in the outside wall.
Well, that's what happens, Phil. You go in so hard, then you got to stay off the guy on the outside, and you're cutting a wheel, giving a wheel, and the back end snaps out.
Holding off David Ruderman, just 15 laps of racing remain. When we come back, we'll see if Mike Skinner can hold off David Ruderman, or Ruderman will capture his first win. Welcome back to Nashville Superspeedway. The 8th caution, a record caution for Nashville Superspeedway, has come out. That's Tracy Hines that they're putting on the record. He is able to get out of the truck. He's walking away currently. This is what took place, and there's going to be another truck that got involved in this, so pay close attention.
I think obviously something happened. Tracy Hines either blew an engine, dropped something on the racetrack, because keep watching it. What's going to happen here? You're not going to believe it. Remember, when we went away, Mike Skinner was the leader. David Ruderman was second. What you didn't see right there, watch this now. Here goes our leader, Mike Skinner, down in turn number 3. Watch him just go absolutely straight. He gets his right side tires in the oil. Look at the 17 of David Ruderman, gets sideways. Keep watching Mike Skinner. Makes contact with the outside wall. We can tell when the truck comes by us, he definitely has some damage to the right side. Right on board.
Phil, he just brushed the wall. Can this do enough damage to hurt him?
We looked at it when he came by. Look at the damage on the right side, Hank. You really rely on that body work for front downforce too.
I mean, it's so important. These trucks are so aerodynamic deficient. They have to have it.
What's going to happen when he gets down the corner? See if he's going to be able to hold that truck down and turn it. It looks like he had a pretty good corner through 1 and 2.
No smoke, so obviously it's not rubbing.
What a great run by Bill Lester. He's being shown right now in third as Ted Musgrave. The one looks for a way around him. Brendan Gaughan goes way up high, allows the 30 of Ty Bodine to get underneath him and take over the spot.
It looked like Ted Musgrave was going to move Bill Lester out of the way. He got right up behind him.
Control Ricky Craven.
We got problems in turn 4.
No control over the truck, but what a big break for Mike Skinner. It buys him a little more time, allows these trucks to circulate under the caution flag, and every lap that they run under caution flag is every lap that he has to keep David Ruderman behind him.
David's struggling on these starts. His truck has been loose on the get-go laps, and Skinner is, if he can get in front of him, he'll be fine.
Situation right there, the 75 of David Ruderman. He got loose. We could see him
fight for control, and he had to move up the hill, just as we've seen 3 or 4 times today, to try to regain control. Unfortunately, Ricky Craven was there, and he paid for it.
We heard David Starr's spotter, that's Rick Corelli, letting him know outside. I think David Starr had a pretty good idea he was outside.
Outside.
Side by side as they go down the backstretch.
For the lead, inside of 2 laps to go. David Rudeman got that great run off turn number 2, but Mike Skinner fights back.
Here comes Mike Skinner. If he's got to push, this is going to hurt him, and he does get up the track. It's David Rudeman on the inside, a clear leader now as they come down the tri-oval. White flag flies, 1 lap to go for David Rudeman.
Look at Bill Lester going for the 2nd position, went all the way down in the apron.
Bill Lester, who spun out early, has moved his way all the way back into 2nd. That's exactly what the 17 needed.
Here comes Ted Musgrave on the inside, battling for 2nd. David Rudeman out in front. Bill Lester, they're 3 wide. Here comes Mike Skinner trying to take 2nd back. It's David Rudeman, though, out in front of this one as the battle continues for 2nd. The NTN bearings of David Rudeman will see the checkered flag for the first time in his career.
What a terrific race. Look at him racing 3 wide back there for about 4th.
They did some swapping there in that last corner now. Skinner, he slid back up in front of those guys. I believe Musgrave got right back around him.
What a great job by David Rudeman and his entire NTN bearing team. You don't think they're happy, do you?
Well, I'll tell you what.
A ragged edge here as caution comes out for the first time today on lap 30. Tony Raines in the 33 had started in the 14th position. He's got a flat tire.
And that was a big break for a lot of cars like David Green, Aaron Fike, Brandon. Clint Boyer up there in the 2 car. We've got trouble down in turn 1 and 2. That's a 73 car, Stuart Kirby. So caution is out. Now we got Carl Edwards sideways on the front stretch. I think someone got into the back of him, didn't slow up, and Carl did. I don't think he actually hit anything other than the little tap from the rear.
Firework.
Just a hard lick into the outside wall. You see, we do have the safer barriers here at Nashville Super Speedway, but not sure if someone got in the back of Stuart Kirby or if he just lost it here shortly after a restart on fairly fresh tires, but a hard lick. And this is what happened coming to the caution. Johnny Sauter in the 1 car, yellow transportation car, gets in the back of Carl Edwards in the 60. Fortunately, Carl does not hit anything, but he's probably going to lose about 13 positions through all that.
We got another angle, Larry, of the first incident with Stuart Kirby.
May have got a little bit of help from that car behind him.
You don't need much help at that point of the race.
No, when you're up there in that 2nd groove especially, I mean, you're like on ice up there, so all it takes is just somebody just barely leaning on you, just like we saw with Shane Mill while ago in the 32 car. No one even got against him, and he almost lost it.
Carl back at Nashville Super Speedway, J.J. Yaley on pit road. A lot of damage to the right side of his Joe Gibbs Racing Chevrolet, and we'll show you what happened.
They were battling for the 12th position. See J.J. in 18 car, Casey Kane in the 6th. Casey gets in the left rear of J.J. Yaley, and then Ashton Lewis in the 25 gets in the back of him and just beats the whole right side off, front and rear.
And Ashton Lewis Jr., we've been told now, has a tire rub. He had nowhere to go.
No, he was just a victim there. When J.J. Yaley shot up in front of him, there was just nowhere for him to go.
What were you saying about give and take?
Wasn't a whole lot there that I could see here just 60 laps into this 225-lap race. They've taken J.J. Yaley's car.
14.
All right, what we're going to see David Strimmy on the bottom, back in the throttle. Car wiggles right here. He corrects it and gets into the left rear of Tim Fedewa. It's basically the same thing that happened to Strimmy a while ago when Aaron Fike in the 66 car wiggled and jumped up the racetrack coming off turn 4. And once again, Carl Edwards' big adventure continues. In the 60 car, he just barely gets by. You see right there, each car wiggled, he corrected, and it gets to the side of his teammate, Tim Fedewa. So not a good day for Fitz Bradshaw's cars.
Look on board. Tough day for Terry Bradshaw. There he is in our mind.
I think if I was Brian Patty, those guys, I'd just say, look, just back off right now and just run this last 3/4 of a lap.
Sorensen will join Greg Biffle, Scott Riggs, Jack Sprague, David Green, Michael Waltrip, and Jason Leffler as winners here at the Nashville Super Speedway. As he enters turn 4. Checkered flag, this time by for 19-year-old Reed Sorensen as he picks up his first career NASCAR Busch Series victory.
And we knew it was only a matter of a time. I talked about it a second ago, Steve, as you see this crew. Remember, this was the crew 1 week ago in Atlanta that basically was loading their car up before the...
Brandon Miller, and he gets spun around. That was the 66. We talked earlier about Aaron Fike in the 66.
He just ran up there and ran into the back of the 21 of Brandon Miller. He was closing on him, and he just ran right in the back of him and turned Brandon Miller around, and unfortunately took himself out in the process.
Looked as though he had a pretty good run on Brandon Miller, and then just never checked up.
He had some momentum, and that's the point. Miller. Now, Brandon, in Aaron's defense, he may have had to get out of the throttle for some reason. He may have been a little bit loose or tight, but nonetheless, you have to be able to control the car that you're driving and not run in the back of somebody like that in a very, very vulnerable position in the corner.
On board, we see running right up on him, and we can hear there. Obviously, he was out of the gas, but just getting out of the gas doesn't mean you're going to slow down enough not to get into the back of a car.
Yeah, it's very, very tough break for Brandon Miller and for Aaron Fike for that matter. They were both well into the top 10 with great starting spots due to the fact that we did not have any qualifying.
That short little shot that we saw of Aaron Fike, you can see the smoke.
Turn 3 and 4. So he just looks like he cut down a right front tire. Definitely a front tire because his car turned so hard to the right. He made some contact with a safer barrier. He was able to drive his car around, but NASCAR, because there's some debris on the racetrack, put the caution flag out.
Third caution of the day coming out.
The 5 car of Boston Reed is on pit road. Pit road is not open yet, so that he will have to go to the back of the longest line on this restart for pit.
I got a lot of stuff going on in my head.
FX, you see Tyler Walker pulling the Great Clips 38 down pit road with damage. The 4th caution has come out in Nashville.
Watch, this is Johnny Benson's on board. Watch right up. I'm sorry, Timmy Fito was on board. So he got a little bit out of the groove there. No rubber up there, out in the loose stuff. A lot of the debris collects up there. Let's see if we can take another look at it. He's already up there right now. Loses control, makes some contact with the back and the front of the Great Clips number 38.
They do some work on the 38 for Tyler Walker. Truex Jr., he puts a great bit of distance between himself and Clint Boyer.
Trouble in turn 3. That's the 23 of Mark Green.
Also, Michelle Jourdain having problems in the 10.
A lot of contact with Michelle Jourdain. The 23 of Mark Green, also his 200th career start in the Busch Series. Made some significant contact with the outside wall.
A little bit strange there was Mark Green was crashing behind Michelle Jourdain, and then Michelle Jourdain at the same time got into the wall in front of him. So the two were not associated with each other as far as getting into the wall, but they did happen simultaneously.
Well, we really don't know what precipitated this problem. So maybe they made contact, but it took Michelle a little while longer to spin out.
True.
So we'll have to see if we can check 6 on the inside. Let's see. There's the 23. Looks like Michelle Jourdain maybe locked the rear brakes up. He saw some black marks as his car turned sideways. As you mentioned, he was really ahead of the Mark Green car, the 23 car. Here's the 12 car, Timmy Fito. I'll look right up in front of him. See the 23. He went to the outside wall at an odd angle. I don't know exactly what he must have made some contact with another car to cause him to go to the wall at such an odd angle.
Of this race. Trouble in turn 2. We'll stay here and see what happened. Trouble. 23, Chris Wimmer got into the wall, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, making only a second start of 2006. They have attempted to qualify for every race. He qualified at Bristol. Hard crash there. Looks like their day will be done with this 23 car.
And there. smoker, trouble in turn 2. 56, the orange car driven by Kevin LePage. Brings out the caution for the 3rd time.
I'm going to tell you what, though. I looked up as he was coming down the racetrack.
Okay, what they did last year on their way to Nashville, they stopped off and had a dinner with one of their sponsors. Met with the employees the next day.
Trouble, Matt. Big wreck on the backstretch. Coming off of turn 2, multi-car accident on lap 97.
Now, what's going to be interesting about that caution, there you see Erin Crocker, the 98 car, she was involved in that wreck, is just as Matt was doing that interview right there, there's Mark McFarland, they're doing that piece. You saw a battle between Clint Boyer and the 2 car, Jason Keller in the 1. It depends on who was in front of who at the point of caution. The reason that battle is important, whoever was in front gets the free pass back on the lead lap. And we're being told that Clint Boyer in the 2 was just in front of Jason Keller, so he will be back on the lead lap in that 2 car and got a good car, and we're not even halfway yet.
So caution out for the 5th time. Let's take another look at what happened. Turn 2 has been the hot spot. Oh, Erin Crocker backs into the wall, and they start stacking up behind her.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that we can see a different replay if she got help or not, or if the car just got loose with her.
Whoa.
Mark McFarland, you could see Todd Cleaver in the 06 check up for the caution. Mark McFarland did not in the 88 car and just ran all over the top of him.
On board with Mark McFarland.
Some cars were checking up, some were not. And we're seeing Clint Boyer in the 2 car. There you see all the damage to Todd Cleaver in 06.
7th time today, 2 Sauter brothers involved in this. Johnny Sauter, the 00. Larry Mack, Johnny, the 00, gets into the 36 of Tim, his brother.
But it looked like Johnny Sauter in the 00 just got a little bit loose, walked up into his brother's left rear quarter panel. David Green, the tail of 2006, nowhere to go. Now, David Rudeman looks like he already had some damage and just couldn't get stopped. Goes all in the back of Johnny Sauter, the 00.
And we'll see action on pit road.
Not as much action as I thought. A lot of our leaders stayed out.
Now sets his sight on Stephen Wallace. Trouble in turn 3.
Kyle Busch again in the 5 car.
And Stedman Marlin, I believe, in the 14 up against the wall. Heavy damage to Kyle Busch. Caution out for the 10th time on lap 187.
See Stedman Marlin, the son of Sterling Marlin, from nearby Columbia, Tennessee. The window net goes down, which is a good sign. Drivers are told in the drivers meeting, if you're okay, drop the window net down. That lets the safety workers know.
Kyle Busch has had a rough afternoon here at Nashville.
Caution is out.
So for the 11th time, the caution flag is waved on lap 219. Comes out. Saw Sorensen slow up in the wall. Got to wonder if he'd used up his equipment a little bit and trying to catch Harvick. It's flattened the right side, it looks like.
Yeah, because that right front tire may be soft, but it's not flat, I don't think. It's definitely low. You just wonder, is it from the impact of whatever? But he was definitely...
It's over there between turns 1 and 2. Let's take a look at a different angle to see if we can see exactly what happened to Reed Sorensen.
Already up against the wall. And normally when that happens, it's normally that a right front tire has went soft or went down on you. We've seen cars walk up the racetrack
in that very spot.
Yeah, that has the look. The car would not turn if the right front tire was down. When you see a car go straight like that, I couldn't find him a while ago in this replay, but when you see a car go straight like that, that's normally a sign the right front tire either went.
Kevin Harvick and victory lane. Can he hold off Clint Boyer, Denny Hamlin, and J.J. Yaley? Harvick down the backstretch, holding off Boyer.
needs to hit his marks, getting down into turn 3 and 4. He's pretty much been doing that all day long, right around the bottom of the racetrack.
Harvick off of turn 4. Looks like he'll hold off the challenge of Clint Bowyer and win for the 18th time in his NASCAR Busch Series career.
Bowyer second, Hamlin third, Yaley fourth, Carl Edwards fifth, and the first non-Nextel Cup regular, sixth, John Wood in that 47 car. Bernie Lamar, the rookie, in seventh.
8 races, 8 winners in this 2006 NASCAR Busch Series season.
But the 21 team now, they get their second win of 2006. I mentioned it a while ago. They
Side-by-side racing back for fourth. Daniel Quinn continues to drop off the pace. 77 of Bernie Lamar. No trouble. We got trouble in turn number 2.
That's Aaron Fike, the 33 Outdoor Channel car for Kevin Harvick, and that's Matt McCall in Robert Yates' City Financial Ford. You see, that's the 90 car on the outside. He looks like he just gets sideways. He saw that the 33 car had already turned around. There was actually somebody came by and made contact with him.
I think that was a case of Matt McCall seeing the 33 car spinning and checking up and just maybe taking his eyes off the racetrack, looking at the car, and just got up too high.
Looked like he got a little bit wide and maybe in the loose stuff. There's another view. Let's see who's going to come by and clip him. That's Reed Sorensen that clipped the back end of the 33 car of Aaron Fike.
And that's what you get for not qualifying so well. Reed Sorensen in the back of the pack gets caught up with the 33 of Aaron Fike. We'll shake it all out when we come back to Nashville.
Michael's Aaron's dream machine here, and he qualified the 16th. But oh, trouble. Boris Said has made some pretty hard contact. Obviously, you can see the damage on the left side, so there was somebody else involved with that, Hermie.
Yeah, tough break for Boris. A great opportunity, Ray Evernham's Dodge, but he's definitely got a lot of damage to the right front of that car and some damage on the left side as well.
That looks very similar to what happened to Mike Skinner's car when the tire blew, but we see the air up on the right front.
Yeah, but he's made some contact with the wall too. That right rear tire has made heavy contact with the wall as well.
That's Cale Gale. He got sideways, got real loose there, slid up the racetrack, had to chase it. He made some contact with Boris, and then obviously Boris lost control up on the high side of the racetrack, made some pretty hard contact with the outside wall with a safer barrier.
Just a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Cale, we've talked earlier with the other cars being on the inside, losing grip and getting loose. Same thing happened to Cale Gale. Gets loose, gets in the back of Boris, nowhere to go.
Boris slapping the wall very hard. A lot of times those rear ends can shift too and really just throw the car.
Since early, but it was still very tight. He sort of got bogged down in midfield. They made some big changes on the pit stop. They didn't take on time. We got a yellow flag out on the racetrack. Rick?
Had a problem in turn number 2. That was the 95 of Stedman Marlin, and we see a lot of damage to the back of that car.
Yeah, Stedman was running in the 33rd spot. Not sure what brought on this accident, but a lot of damage to the rear of that car.
And he looked to be all by himself going through turn number 2. Now we'll have to find out, listen a little bit, and he's struggling to stay on the access road right now.
We can take a look. He was all by himself just as he started to exit turn number 2, lost the back end, spun around, made some contact with the safer barrier.
Was able to keep it out of traffic, hold it in a straight line once he kicked off of the wall. But that does bring out our 4th caution on lap 47. Again, it is Stedman Marlin with damage to the tail end of that car. We'll be back for more Federated Auto Parts 300. Dover.
Oh, trouble.
Nashville, we got problems with the 25 or 35.
Regan
Smith. That brings out our 6th caution of the night.
A lot of damage to the front of that car. We've completed 125 laps. That means we've got 100 laps to go. Nobody will be able to run this far on fuel, so this would not get everyone in the window to run the rest of the race. Listen, that's this 00 of Johnny Sauter on the inside. It might have been Jay Sauter, the 01 on the outside, and Regan got a little bit loose in the middle of those 3 cars. And
same thing we talked about earlier, Phil. I think Regan Smith was just trying to stay off of Johnny Sauter, not crash into him. He lost control of the car. Then you decide do I try to save it? Do I lock it down and spin the car out? In this case, he tried to overcorrect it and shot it back into the wall with the right front.
Same thing we saw Boris said do
Same
early
thing.
on. Overcorrected, made some hard right-hand turn into the outside wall.
In Boris's case, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Comes out. Carl Edwards out in front at Nashville Super Speedway. Could he get his second win of 2006? Clint Boyer tries to reel him in as there's a potential of a vibration for Carl Edwards.
Carl was able to get by the lap car. Johnny Sauter, that put Johnny one lap down. He's got a lap car in between him now. He makes his way around the 90 of Matt McCall on the inside.
Carl Edwards working his way through 3 and 4. As he comes out of turn number 4, he will see the checkered flag and win 7 in the Busch Series.
Pretty dominating performance.
And never ran one lap of practice in that car. I mean, jumped in at Cole from Pocono. Had a good qualifying run, puts it in victory lane.
124 laps led by Carl Edwards. A dominant performance. Clint Boyer coming home. Do that now. Our first caution of the night has come out. We're hearing that there is debris in turn number 3.
Yeah, big break for Eric Almirola at the 47. Looked like he was about to go a lap down. And Rick Crawford was right in front of that 47 truck of Eric Almirola, and he was 10, just like we expected. Heavy traffic right there, mid-pack.
Oh, problems with that 4, just as we were talking about it. Mike Bliss gets turned around in the number 4 and right down into the racing lane. Caution has come out on lap 53.
60 of Jack Sprague appeared to be involved in that also. He may have just went high to avoid that. Well, now take a look. Luce chases it up the hill, makes a little contact with the left rear corner, and that's what turns Mike Bliss around. Not sure if Jack hit the outside wall or not, but we see it so many times when a truck's on the inside of another truck. He loses that air off the spoiler. Watch it, just the slightest bit of contact, and it just turns around that 4 truck of Mike Bliss. He jumps in the throttle to try to keep that truck out of the outside wall. Unfortunately, unsuccessful in doing that. Dennis Setzer does a nice job right there getting by without making any contact with Mike Bliss.
I'm glad he got that thing pointed in the right direction. It kept him from going.
And guys, just to keep in mind that Jeff Hensley is very, very good at keeping Skinner focused, and we've got a crash on the racetrack.
It's the 08 of Chad McCumbee that has stopped in turn number 2, and a lot of damage to the back of that truck.
It really shortened that thing up, didn't it?
That's a super speedway. Gotta wonder if somebody was.
You just got a little bit loose there going in the corner.
I know that just had to surprise the heck out of him.
Remember we talk about angles. He was trying to arc that thing in to get it to turn through the center of the corner. Just lost the back end of it getting in the corner, which is the worst time to get loose. You're most vulnerable going in the corner because that's your fastest speed, and there's not a whole lot you can do to keep that truck out of the wall.
And we don't see him make mistakes very often. He's a real conservative. He takes care of his
Musgrave right there. Oh, caution flag right. Oh, Johnny Benson up in the wall.
Into the wall. This brings out our 4th caution of the day.
Well, so much for the green flag pit stops.
Caution coming out on lap 110.
I'm sure Johnny would have loved to see a caution, but not be the cause of it.
Benson coming into this race 5th in the point standings, but he was 450 points away from Mike Skinner, who's leading.
See, Johnny already has the window net down, trying to refire that truck. He got it refired, it looks like. Right front tire goes down.
And it popped.
Yeah.
You could hear the pop.
I know that hurts. It still hurts, but
not as much as it used to, does it?
That pop
has come out as we have 30 laps of racing to go.
The 13 of Willie Allen came off at turn number 4 and was smoking quite heavily. You see them right there down on the apron of the racetrack, but NASCAR wants to take a look at the racetrack, see if there's any oil down there. So we're going to have a restart here with probably around 25 laps to go.
This is a break for Hornaday and Skinner, I believe. They got around the 10 truck, cost them a little bit of time on the track, give him the left rear, you see there. And he hung on to it for a long time.
He really did. And I tell you, Willie Allen went by there, and I mean, it was very, very close. Going to be another view right there. It's Jack Sprague, I believe, the 60 truck that made some contact with Bill Luster.
It's a whole lot like what we saw earlier with wow.
Yeah, watch this now. Willie Allen had made a commitment to the inside, and then when Bill came down the racetrack, he switched and went back on the racetrack. Great heads-up driving by Willie Allen.
very close. Very, very close there. And Bill Lester was able to keep going. Again, that didn't bring out the caution. It was the engine expiring on the number 3 line. 1 lap of racing to go for Travis Kvapil.
You know, Travis Kvapil has never won more than 2 races in a season, even though he was a champion back in 2003. He only won 1 race that year. He won 2 in 2004, but this year he will have already won 3 races if he can get back around to the start-finish line.
Joey Clanton trying to break into that top 10. Matt Crafton not wanting to give up the position. Clanton takes 10th away as Travis Kvapil continues to work around this racetrack. It will be career win number 8. Travis Kvapil wins at Nashville.
Ron Hornaday comes across second. Mike Skinner third. David Starr, a great run, finishes 4th here with some good pit strategy.
Teammate Rick Crawford coming home 6th, and Joey Clanton did hold on for a 10th place finish.
4th top 10 of the year for Joey Clanton, running a limited schedule.
Mike Allen, when David Strumming got out of the car, he said he could have done better. Can't imagine how. Where'd you leave something on the table?
Well, there's still a few cars left. I'm not going to tell you. But we just want to put in a solid lap, and there's no reason to try to push it anymore. You know, the Winter Fresh cars is here on a cold day doing well, and just real proud of all the guys in the shop. They built this brand new car. The 41 team here has had kind of a rough year. They haven't had much luck, and I told them that hopefully I can bring them some. And again, we're just here having fun and trying to get a guitar.
Well, Marty, it looks like David Strumming's giving his mother.
Yeah, while you finish up with David, poor Kyle Krizeloff just parked it nose first into the wall, and that was in turn 2, and you could just see it happening.
Yeah, he just drove it in there and call that loose end. The car just stepped out. The back wheels didn't.
Kyle, you okay? Yeah.
He's gonna be real frustrated.
Now we're going to have some downtime because obviously the radiator popped. We've got fluids getting all over the racetrack. Let's take another look.
We see him drive right down in there on the yellow line. Kind of like we saw Stephen Wallace, but his car just snaps on around, catches that soft wall, safer barrier. See the radiator fluid coming out.
Yeah, like Marty, what you just said. Now Shane Huffman is our next qualifier to go out in the Navy car. The track's full of water. Let's take a look at this again. That is nose in first. I'm glad that car spun around the way it did and not get driver's side first.
Yeah, he was lucky enough to just catch the front instead of the driver's side.
So the 21-year-old, who is the grandson of Mary Holman George, will struggle back to the pits. They'll try and get that fixed. His first lap put him 28th. There's your top 10 in qualifying with just a few cars remaining.
You can tell we're going to spin.
David Blaney spins it around, and Blaney was running in 3rd. Can he keep from having contact?
We didn't hit anything.
I'll tell you, that's some great driving by everybody.
I don't know if he got a little help in that, but that brings out our first caution on lap 86. Let's go back, take another look.
Yeah, these guys are racing hard, and we see the 10 car of Dave Blaney pass to Johnny Sauter. Looks like Johnny gets right up under the bumper, lifts him off the ground, spins him around.
Johnny tapped him in this front straightaway there, it looks like, and just got him right around. It looks like Blaney tried to pull down in front of him and just really got down too quick on him.
Johnny Sauter's a lap car should be giving these guys a little more room.
Well, trying to get a lap back maybe, huh?
Well, that's not the leader. The 10 car wasn't the leader.
Lucky dog?
Yeah.
I believe Johnny Sauter's the first guy to get the lucky dog here now. Now here's a guy who did a real good job. Scott Wimmer. Look at this.
All these guys doing a great job. Scott Wimmer.
Come on. Good job, buddy.
Paul Edwards coming behind them.
Andy, I tell you what, if you ever seen the movie Days of Thunder, it's just like that. The whole corner fills up with smoke. You're going, are they going to go higher? Are they going to go low?
Then the 60 car of Carl Edwards is 3rd. Uh-oh, we've got trouble. The 21 of Peters is into the wall, and also the 77 of Curtis Davis. A 3rd car as well tangled up in that, and that's the number 6 of David Reagan.
That 6 car's got some heavy damage on the left side. His window net comes down. That means he's okay. That's his sign to all the safety workers that he's okay.
Just loses his downforce, causes him to spin up into Timothy Peters and causes this big wreck. Andy, it looks like he just got in high, though. It looks like he couldn't get, it looks like Curtis Davis couldn't get that car down.
Yeah, but I can see why Timothy Peters was mad at Curtis Davis.
Let's take a look at this from the backside. Well, you know what? Look at that shot.
Right, what you got? Come on, you good. Come on, get going. Right in front of you, checking up, going low. Good job, come on. You're good, nice job. Good job, Richard.
So our second caution of the day, and that means another unhappy camper.
Yeah, he was mad at somebody else yet. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, everybody's upset right now.
Well, that was David Reagan, and I don't know exactly who he was pointing out there. We'll try and figure that out because his deal happened afterwards. There's your Aaron's lucky dog who's going to get the free pass this time on our second caution, and it is contact between Sam Hornish and, of course, Johnny Saunders. Johnny is out of the car, and Jamie Little's caught up with him. No, we got another crash. Hold on, Jamie.
Behind you.
That is Richard Johns, the 25 into the wall, along with, it looks like the 22.
He ran right in the side of us, boys. We're all right. Fired.
The
You're
27.
Okay,
it's Jason Keller in the Dollar General machine.
I gave him enough room, did I not? He just ran right into you. Get it fired if you can and keep digging. Come on.
So quickly, we've had 3 cautions up, bang, bang, bang.
This is Errol Luce again, the same problem.
Exactly
Jason
what we were
Keller,
talking about.
Exactly the same thing that happened with the 12 car of Sam Hornish a little while ago.
I see why you cringe when you see him going there.
Well, I tell you,
Well, Richard Johns, he was an intern 6 years ago for Ed Renzi's team. He's normally an engineer on the 35 car. This was his first. 1 lap to go.
4.4.
That's the gap. You just heard it from the spotter. Carl knows it's well in hand.
We talked earlier about everybody was talking about Edwards. He's the guy to beat. A lot of experience, got a good team behind him, quality driver. And Andy, it looks like he just put a whooping on these guys all day long. Every time he gets in the back, he gets himself right to the front. Carr's got great looking attitude on the racetrack. Looks good.
And the checkered flag flies for the 11th time in his career. Carl Edwards, he goes back-to-back after winning at Bristol and extends his points lead. David Rudiman comes in second, Dave Blaney third, and Jason Leffler fourth. That's second, third, and fourth for
That's
Toyota.
awesome, guys. That means the world to me. That means a lot. Is that wheel tight?
They're asking him about the wheel. Whoa, and meanwhile, Steve Wallace goes spinning across the infield.
Bring on down past the line.
He brings it across the line, and he will finish in 14th. I don't know what happened there right at the end. Let's check in quickly with Mike Massaro.
Inside corner, still there. Inside, clear. 2 wide, still 2 wide. 37 still in there, still inside.
As they mix it up back in the pack, young Stephen Wallace has set sail. Whoa, trouble here on the front straightaway. Curtis Davis is sideways and into the wall. He spins around. David Rudiman's car also looping around. Brett Sherman.
It wasn't your fault at all. You bring it in when the pits are open. We're going to change the 4 tires and fix the left rear.
Major crash, Jerry. Took and had about 4 or 5 cars in the front straightaway here right now. We'll go back to the replays and check this shortly. But the first lap.
Well, there's the contact there. Krisloff and Curtis Davis.
I'm not so sure whose fault that was, though. You saw, Krisloff on the top of the racetrack, and Curtis Davis looks like he got up and just got into the left rear quarter panel of Krisloff. Just 3 wide. Let's take one more look at this. Different angle right
Already
there.
Had the contact, and these guys are sliding by, and Rudiman just barely gets by, gets a little nick from one of the cars spinning. He's kind of an innocent victim of that.
Here's the onboard camera from Michael Waltrip.
Still outside, still outside. Tracking in front of you. Come on, high, go, good job.
Oh, a nice shot for Mike Wallace to be able to get through that when you really couldn't see a lot. He had to trust that spotter.
Boy, it's just a matter of inches that he made it through there, through all the smoke and all that, but did a great job.
All the 4 here again, the contact. Watch the 14 car. and the 77 come together.
You know, it looks like Curtis Davis just kind of lost the front end of that car, and it slid up the racetrack and got in the left rear quarter panel of Kyle Krisloff. Now, it almost appeared they were a little bit 3 wide, Andy, coming off of turn 4. And maybe that Curtis got stuck in the center. You know, you saw the 99 of Ruderman on the bottom. So they kind of got forced into 3 wide there.
What a great job by Dave. And a car spinning into the grass. And that will bring out the caution flag. And not as yet. They have not signaled the yellow to come out. They're trying to see if they can get it refired. And now the yellow will be waved by Kevin Moss.
Clear. Yellow is out. Yellow is out.
You know, the pit road is real slick. They come off the racetrack, off that concrete, Andy, right on down the asphalt. These guys are getting real loose. They're losing it, sliding around. We saw a lot of smoke off the tires, saw a lot of problems. And, boy, I tell you what, that's been a nightmare. You see David Green has spun the 92 car. Bobby Santos, spun that car out and landed in the grass. I'm glad he didn't slide back up in the track, Jerry.
Yeah, Bobby Santos making only his second ever Busch Series start. First time he's ever come here, and he just broadsides it. Exactly what you said, Rusty, trying to get on the pit road and ends up in the grass. Fortunately, he stayed in the grass and not on the racetrack.
I saw another car have a little trouble trying to get on pit road a while ago, too, so he wasn't the only one. Some of these guys have been locking it up, really struggling. You go off of that concrete surface down onto that asphalt, and you lose all.
Was doing their job, and we have a caution on the track, guys.
All right, thank you, Jamie. We are under caution for the 3rd time today here at Nashville Super Speedway, as the yellow flag being waved by Kevin Moss. And there is the fire and flame
Back here, Marcus.
pouring from beneath the Kingsford charcoal car.
The flame. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Talk about a barbecue. Holy smokes. The Kingsford's car?
Yeah, he's trying to stop it and tell him to stop and get out of there. Get out of there, Mark. Well, back in Nashville Super Speedway, the 18 car of Kevin Conway, the Z-Line Designs machine on pit road, under caution here for the 4th time today. And the 20 car also involved. I'll show you what happened here up in turn 4.
Looks like the 18 car just slid up a little bit, got in the left rear of the 41, and it just, man, he hit that wall pretty hard. Got some damage there.
Looks like he lost that front end, like you were saying. Got up in there, and boy, he tried to flip by almost 2 to 3 tenths of a second. But he's going to run out of time. It's 1 to go.
White flag for Carl Edwards. And the 27-year-old driver from Columbia, Missouri, will come out of turn 4 as he gets ready to come down and take his 4th win of the season. And Carl Edwards will go back to back to back and get the wins at Nashville Super Speedway. Carl Edwards takes it.
Concrete conqueror, dude. You are getting it done.
Well, Michael Annett in the 22. Look at this. Damage to the right front. He must have hit the wall hard.
Boy, a lot of damage to that 22 truck. Michael Annett has had such a good start to his Craftsman Truck Series career. Had a runner-up.
But instead of just easing in the front, he tried to go ahead and finish the deal all the way off and almost wrecked that truck.
What a great save.
There's Michael Annett going by right then into the 3rd spot.
He was up in the top 5 when he had a crash. Let's see what happens to Shelby Howard. Remember we said he went high down in turn 2. Look how close he gets.
Got a little loose, wiggled, had to chase it up the hill, and that's what how much room it took him to gather control of that truck.
And this was the result of Michael Annett getting into the wall.
And you could see he was running 3rd or 4th up there, and the thing got away from him. I don't know if he got some help.
You see a lot of trucks making evasive actions there. Ray Dunlap.
Rick, one of those was the 6 of Colin Brown. He started 4th. He said Skinner just about wiped us.
Colin Brown's team.
Well, I just wanted to add on some great pit stops like Michael was talking about. The 6 of Conway Ford really had a good spit, and the caution is out for the 21. Wanted to also give props to the 7 truck. Both those teams having great pit stops down here. We'll check on the yellow here for you.
Well, that's John West Townley in the 09. We see the 60 also having some issues. That's Terry Cook. We heard potentially the 21 was involved with this.
Yeah, the 21 was definitely involved. There's a damage to the Air Force Ford of Kevin Wood.
Great qualifying.
Back up into the wall.
And then the 09 came along and ran into the back of Terry Cook.
And it looked like it ran into the back of Terry Cook hard enough to where there is some damage on that truck. You saw what happened to the front of the 09, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be something on the...
Yeah, already you see the truck stopped in the back.
The 51 ran in the back of the 9 of Justin Marks as well. John West right here.
Oh, the 60 got loose underneath of Kevin Wood and ran into Kevin Wood. That had his momentum all slowed down, and here come John West Townley and run into the back of the 60. You know, every now and then, Phil, you're going to have a crash, and when you talk about it, it was unavoidable. And that was almost unavoidable.
Left front tire on the front of that 59 Team ASC.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, he had some difficulties, and we are under caution.
This was at the hill. I don't even think he might have made contact with the wall, but the biggest thing is now watch him continue to steer that thing and locks the brakes, gets in the gas and locks the brakes up at the opportune time to try to keep the thing out of the outside wall.
And if you're at home and you're saying, well, that's not a save. Oh, yes, it is. Right here, he's thinking outside wall hard, and he just stays on the gas, continues to steer the truck, and winds up exactly where he hoped he would, down in the grass.
Just give me a little bit of grass.
Give me in the grass, and let me get over here and get some more tires. That is a save. We talked about Terry.
Of the evening. Now, he did have an issue, and we have caution on the racetrack. Jason White goes around and hard into the wall.
Jason White got spun around. They were 4 wide.
4 wide is not going to work. I don't care how you try to pull it off. And Jason got a good run on the outside, but he needed someone to give him that corner. And these guys don't give much around here.
See the damage on that 7 truck of TJ Bell. This accident really started loose. Watch that. He's got to chase it up the hill. Now that seizes up these guys. Colin Brown backed off a little bit. Jason gets a great run on the outside. Watch now. 4 wide. Jason just runs out of room. TJ makes some contact with him. He had to go somewhere. That was a situation where discretion would have been a better part of valor.
Like I said, he needed the 7 truck of TJ Bell to give him that corner. And you're just not going to get guys to give you much. And there was just no way. And plus, they started wrecking before they even got to the corner. So they knew they were in trouble. They knew something was going to have to give in order to make it, and they just didn't make it.
I think the 6th of Colin Brown might have got a piece of that when
he said any driver can move another one out of the way to pass him.
But he's in a bad spot right here. He's got a truck on the outside, a truck right behind him. If he doesn't hit him,
he had to chase it up the racetrack.
I was going to say, if he doesn't hit him, it's going to be tough.
How about Musgrave working to the inside of Johnny?
Oh, caution coming out with 28 laps to go. Willie Allen with problems.
Big crash. Johnny Benson was glad to see that caution because he's able to stabilize that mess he was in. But
problems also with Donnie Leah may have just been checking up there.
Yeah, the 19 also of Rob Brent drove down to the inside to try to avoid Willie Allen.
No damage to the 71. The only truck that looks like it's got any damage is that one.
And it's got enough for 2 or 3 trucks.
In the air for Johnny Benson. The Olympics just getting underway this weekend. Johnny Benson looking for Olympic gold in Nashville.
And the way you win gold in stock car racing is you put the pedal to the metal. That's what Johnny Benson has done.
Johnny Benson down the backstretch, increasing his lead over the 99 of Eric Darnell. It has been an impressive performance by this entire Bill Davis Racing team on the number 23 of Johnny Benson. That certified Toyota used cars truck making his way to victory lane tonight, crossing the start-finish line 3 in a row for Benson.
Great run for Eric Darnell in second. Great pit strategy. Fuel only on the last stop. Tabodai ends up in 3rd, and Sprague and Hornaday teammates finish 4th and 5th.
And Stacy Compton just battled in the top 10, even led, but had a solid truck all night. What a great run for that.
Hey, the motor blowed? The motor did not blow, but it blew a line off or something, because the tire does not feel down now, but when we was in the middle of the corner, it just shot straight for the wall.
And that's all the oil they're trying.
He got a little loose right there, and Boyer didn't have anything to do with that one. Oh, he just skimmed by. Clint did.
Clint's got some damage from that, too. It knocked the right rear quarter panel in and maybe even rubbed that tire.
Yeah, it's a wonder that Clint's tire is still up right now.
Let's ride with Kyle.
Oh, I don't know if I want to. It's a rough ride through the infield.
Here we go again, guys. He's going to have to make a green flag stop. He has led 125 laps today. And this is becoming an all-two from 1.3 miles. His 8th trip here to Nashville Superspeedway. Scott Wimmer, 4 corners to go.
Oh, he's watching that doggone fuel pressure right now. He's got his eyes buried to it, hoping it makes it. I want to correct myself. This was the 3rd time he's been in this car this year. Looks like the more he's in it, the better he's getting.
Record for fewest cautions. We've only had 3 today. The old record was 5. It's going to be a new race record for speed. And for Scott Wimmer, it's going to be a record day. His first win for Richard Childress Racing. Here he comes to the stripe. New winner at Nashville, Scott Wimmer.
Concrete Calvin, man. I love it. I love it, man. I love all you guys. That's great. Let's go, boys. All right.
Looks like that crew's real happy for Scott Wimmer.
Did you hear the relief in that voice?
Well, I heard it.
Everybody's happy for Wimmer. I mean, what a great job. He was solid all day. And look, getting the hoist.
Contact on the racetrack. The 59 car, Marcus Ambrose, is coming to contact with the concrete and another car. Damage on the front of his Ford.
Let's get in here first time.
A couple cars up against the wall in 3 and 4. Marcus Ambrose, one of them.
That'll bring out caution for the second time today here on lap 78.
Well, he's hit that wall pretty good on the right side.
It was really tight.
Easy, buddy. Easy, buddy. They're telling you to back it down a little bit.
Plus Bernie Lamar, the 37, and Ambrose, the 59.
And what happened, this was a perfect storm. Stephen Wallace is trying to get around the lap car, Bernie Lamar, and he gets down underneath him, and Marcus gets right behind Stephen, gets real loose, and almost a big wreck, and it looks like Marcus got the worst end of this deal.
Yeah, boy, they're lucky they didn't crash hard right there.
And boy, that reminded me of last weekend with the Braun teammates. As Stephen comes flying up the track right there trying to hold on to a loose car.
Marcus Ambrose definitely got the worst of that deal. Down yet.
Travis Kittleson, the 56 in the wall, and then also Brad Coleman, the 27 car. And that will bring out yellow for the third time.
Bring it down.
I have to think that this caused by that restart. Brad Coleman got a little bit of an early jump, and everybody stopped in front of him. He may have got a little damage from that and cut this tire down. Boy, did it get crazy.
That restart was crazy. They were all over the place, 3 and 4 wide. I saw the 9 car of Chase Miller get dead sideways. Everybody stacked up, and that's like scrambled eggs out there. I'm telling you what, they were bouncing off the wall, and everybody was avoiding these crashes.
Man, he hit that wall hard, too.
Damage on the right side of the Baker Curb Ford. That's operates here nearby.
This is actually after the restart. See, right there is where he blew that tire.
Contact with a 9 car on the restart. There it was. You see the 9 car does a nice job of holding on. That's Chase Miller not spinning the car right in front of Wimmer.
Yeah, but Brad Coleman got some damage to that right front fender. That ended up cutting that right front tire, and that's what sent him in the wall.
It looks like Brad Coleman just tried to really.
15 car has spun to bring out caution for the 5th time, and now he comes scooting down pit road to get tires and repairs.
Got to have a lot of damage here. Get a little sheet metal damage.
Looks like the rear spoiler's up in good shape still. Got the sides of the quarter panels on both sides tore up pretty good.
Now this caution will be a break for those 3 cars that did not pit on the previous for the 5th time tonight, coming out of turn 4. Headed down to the start-finish line, and he whoops back and forth, and around he goes. A little bit of contact with the wall. Back with the green in a moment. Back in Nashville, Tennessee. Back at Nashville Super Speedway, we are under caution yet again. This one for the 6th time tonight, and a tough break for another young driver, Cale Gale, in the 33 car. And Cale, watch what happens in the corner. The car just looks like it just goes up the track.
Yeah, it just got sideways, and then when he went to correct it, he overcorrected just a little bit and got in the wall pretty hard. Brad Daugherty called it. He said there was going to be another caution.
I don't think he knew it was going to be Cale Gale, though.
He didn't know which one, but he knew it was going to be one of them.
Cale's been doing such a great job all night long, and he qualified that car good, running good, and just stepped out on him. He just flat got loose, and that's all there was to it.
The bad.
If we get a couple cautions here, we should be all right. But we'll see how it goes.
There's one of the cautions, Doc.
Spinning on 2 over there.
That's what just as he said, if we get a couple of cautions, we get one here on lap 155. Josh Wise, a 22 car. One of the 2 cars involved.
25 laps.
Yeah, you see right here, he's in the middle of all these leaders.
And the leaders are just getting impatient. You know, they just don't want to mess around and get way in the back of the pack. And looks like Mike just got in the back of him just a little too much right there.
At this stage of the race, these guys on the lead lap are not going to have a lot of patience with these guys that are not on the lead lap.
Now,
Keep coming, spin behind us.
This is definitely the point of the race where tempers are starting to flare and these guys are getting anxious.
Bliss in 8th spot, Mike Wallace in 9th.
Whoa! The 37 car, Bernie Lamar, spinning down the front straightaway.
Save that fuel, spinning down the front stretch. No contact. Keep coming, you're all right.
And caution for the 8th time tonight. That was a real thick limb you were standing on there, Andy. You said it was going to be more caution flags.
Hey, with these restarts, I mean, they're tough on these cats. Looks like he's got a little damage on the right rear quarter panel right there. Have to knock that roof flap down, but let's take a look at what happened here. Bernie just got loose. Just a classic case of getting loose up off the corners. Spun that baby around and didn't tear the front of the car up, which is good. You tear that front end up, you're in big trouble.
Nice job by Stephen Wallace and Mike Bliss to get around him. Then watch Wallace 66. There's Bliss. He comes right across in front of Bliss, and neither one of them hit him.
Great driving right there. Mike Bliss especially.
Let's ride along with Mike Bliss on his onboard. Watch the spinning car and watch Bliss somehow dodging coming out of the corner. Oh, he just gets by. Caution number 8 on the night.
Thursday night, Kenny and Tony Stewart, into the wall. Bobby Hamilton Jr. looks like he's got a right front tire down.
Bobby Hamilton Jr., and that will bring out caution again.
It just started to say that Buzzy Rudem and David are going to be racing together Thursday night up in May.
What happened?
Oh, that
He had a little damage already on that right front. Could have been right here. Gets together with Landon Castle. That causes a little damage on that right front and ends up cutting it down.
Yeah, you can see Landon Castle's left rear, so got a lot of marks on it, so he definitely made contact, and just enough. It might have knocked the valve stem out or cut it or whatever, but that thing was down in the middle.
Said even with all the Cup's regulars here, he said, whatever I have to do. Oh, and here comes the yellow flag.
Baby, this is going to change everything now.
52 car. Brad Teague spins out and will bring out caution for the 10th time tonight.
Well, I would say that the top 5 can probably make it on fuel now. Keselowski's going to have the best tires. And Rudolph is probably going, I can't believe this.
Well, Mike Dale Jr., this young man is a second-generation driver who followed in the footsteps of his famous father, Bob Keselowski, who was also a stock car champ. Bob in ARCA. Of course, Dale Sr. in NASCAR Sprint Cup. Final lap for the youngster from Michigan. Great battle for second spot there. Boyer trying to hold off David Strimmy, but the story up front is the 88 car coming out of turn 4. First-time winner in 2008, Brad Keselowski.
Looks like Strimmy gets second over Rudeman.
Well, it looks like Strimmy got in the back of Boyer just a little bit, moved him up the racetrack out of second place. Another good run for Strimmy.
Car 100% Class Act.
Look at these guys, boy. They're happy, aren't they?
Let's go down the
trick transmissions. Ron Hornaday was one of their best customers.
Well, he's figured out the restarts, that's for sure.
NASCAR has all that pretty well hemmed in.
Yeah, well, I don't mean he has an illegal transmission, but he might know something about
problems on the racetrack. The 44's around into Mario Goslin, and so that's the 44 of Tommy Joe Martins got turned around and into the 12 of Mario Goslin, bringing out our 3rd caution of the day. Didn't mean to startle you there, DW.
I'll tell you, that took my breath away.
Blake Feast got a piece of that in the 15 truck.
Those guys got all tied up, and Mario Goslin's sliding around in the infield grass down here.
That 12 truck is look at that thing. It's destroyed.
Nowhere to go. He was up against the wall. The 44 slid up the racetrack, pinched him in.
The 44 just actually tried to stay in the middle of the racetrack, and they made contact with the 15, and then Mario came along with absolutely nowhere to go.
That could have been a deal where the 44, like Darrell said earlier, he got down to the corner. He didn't have good aero because he was beside a truck, and he just couldn't turn left. He wanted to turn left, but he couldn't, and he wound up getting into the side of the 15.
And poor old Mario, he's coming down the back. He's passing trucks left and right thinking, man, am I in the right line?
Just got an Aaron's lucky dog.
Yeah, back on the lead lap, back in good contention for a good finish.
Tommy Joe just got loose getting in the corner, or just misjudged that corner. Maybe got in too deep. He just needed to be down a lot lower than he was when he got there, Phil.
Yeah. Baker Kerbal out of tire, or the engine's about ready to quit. Why is it?
There's problems on the racetrack. Terry Cook.
Oh, that'll bring out the caution.
He has problems up into the wall. The caution comes out. and that was with 2 laps to go, meaning we will have a green-white checker finish in the Camping World Truck Series race here at Nashville.
Well, Terry was running up in the top 10, had a good strong run going.
Really did.
There was some great stories. Terry Cook up in there, TJ Bell in the top 10, Rick Crawford all the way from the back up into the top 10.
Look at all the debris inside. I guess that's from his tires.
On run 2 laps.
Yeah, there's the right rear tire goes down. Terry just right along there, right in the bottom of the racetrack, and the right rear goes down and into the outside wall he goes. He was completely by himself, but nothing you can do when you lose a rear tire.
Now, we're positive that the fuel's not an issue.
Well,
we're pretty sure. Because we're really not sure about tires, and
it could be
we're really not sure about,
Well, we said our pit window was somewhere between 62 and 72 laps, and most of these guys had to go 60.
To go for history in Hornaday.
This is big, folks. This has never happened before. You love seeing something. You love seeing athletes accomplish things that no one else has ever done, and that's what's fixing to happen with this 33 truck. They can go another mile.
And for Rick Wren, too, all-time winner in the Truck Series is the crew chief if they can hold it off another corner.
They continue to battle for third. Colin Brown on the inside, Timothy Peters on the outside. But the real history is being made. Ron Hornaday will win 5 races in the row at the Camping World Truck Series.
I'm glad I was here tonight to see that, guys. That's a big piece of history right there.
First time in NASCAR since 1971.
Joins the likes of Richard Petty, Bobby Allison. They were the last to do it in 1971. Ron Hornaday, Rick Wren will be heading to victory lane for the 5th consecutive race.
Got to tip your hat to Kevin Harvick, to Rick Wren, and to everybody that works on this truck.
Kyle Busch, I would have thought with that clean air out front.
Oh,
big crash here, guys.
Coming out of turn 4, the 62 is involved.
Here, Michael.
That's Ken Butler.
Looks like Brendan Gaughan's got damage.
Yep, so does the 31 of Tim Andrews. 15, as you mentioned, the 01 also involved. That's Danny O'Quinn. He's right in the middle of the infield section.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain here just yesterday.
The 62 went down.
All right, let's go on board with Justin Allgaier.
Oh, it looks like Gaughan just flat lost it all by himself.
Yeah, the fact that he was in that high groove and kind of spun in front of these guys that were running too wide behind him caused a lot bigger wreck.
Take a look from outside. Yeah, he's all alone.
And these guys just don't have anywhere to go. Trying to get stopped. You see him even behind this, a chain reaction with David Green getting spun around by Morgan Shepherd.
So it looks like about 5 total cars get a little bit of damage or a lot of damage in this one. Get one more view from down low. We'll sort it all out, see what happens here when we come back to Nashville. Big hit for Brett C. Keselowski closing on Kelly. Whoa, Kelly gets loose.
Big time loose.
And Brad says, thank you very little.
Brad says, that's how you pass a car. Get the guy real loose and drive underneath him. Look at this. There's a late exit loose right there.
Yeah, Brad even let it breathe a little bit, thinking he might come down on him.
Andy, that's how you used to pass cars.
Yes.
Hold your brakes.
No damage so far.
Well, a little bit on the left rear corner. He might have gotten some help in this deal.
No yellow yet.
The yellow has now come out, and yeah, there is the damage on the 31 car of Tim Andrews. So maybe those two did get the caution. Take a look.
Well, it looks like he got loose.
Comes up in front of Michael Waltrip and Burley Lamar, stays out of the wall.
Yeah, there was no
barely stays out of the wall.
So now we got to figure out how the damage occurred on the other car of Tim Andrews. Boy, that car just snapped out. It was like, damn, gone.
It doesn't take long for these cars to get away from.
Now on a restart like that.
All the notes from the 20 car, and we unloaded identical to how they were last year. They had to make some adjustments, but it was great. Andy, as a crew chief, can you imagine getting beat by your own setup with your teammate?
That's never any fun, Jamie. But, they're in it for each other. Oh, we got one hard in the wall off turn 2.
Crash in turn 2. David Green is in the wall hard as he has backed it in almost the same identical spot as Ken Butler and having a hard time getting it turned around to get back.
Yeah, he's involved pretty.
And all of a sudden,
now a little more help.
Yeah. Let's go on board with Carl Edwards. Remember, he is fighting his way back towards the front.
He had a good look at this little incident. Yep, just ahead of these two. There he goes.
No problem for Carl, though, as the 07 stayed high on the track.
Yeah, easy for you to say.
Yeah, I know.
You got to wonder if that was some type of payback or something.
Keep the lead, and it does. So obviously that switch they talked about pays dividends, and another lead change. And it is our 18th.
Go with the line here.
Man, this is not good for Kyle Busch because of that downforce, that right front fender damage. He didn't need this to happen.
That guitar.
So Joey Logano. Oh, the big crash along the front straightaway, including Stenhouse in 62 of Brendan Gaughan, the 15 of Michael Annett. So the caution comes out again.
Oh, no.
It'll be our 10th.
He lost it, overcorrected, and went right into your door. No gas. No gas.
So Stenhouse, who had a really strong run going in the top 15, is involved in this.
Man, look at all the damage you got right here. This car's been upside down. This is Joe Nemechek.
Take a look, boy.
Holy cow.
He was upside down.
Yeah, that car definitely, whenever you can see the roof flaps, take a look. Here we go.
Okay, he's looking inside of Michael Annett, and this wreck happens in front of them.
There is the 16. He's already turned around. That all happened in front.
Now, where's Joe Nemechek?
Oh, right there.
Gosh.
Who got in? And it was the 16 with a Stenhouse.
Gracious.
He ends up going over. Take another look.
Okay, does that qualify? Everything's going to get crazy?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't know if a Stenhouse got any help there, but he just sort of saw him shoot left.
You know what's neat about that? Joe kept driving that car. He was still driving it when it came on the wheels.
He's still on the track.
I remember Dale Earnhart Sr. did that one day.
Get out.
Yep.
Turned over and brought it on back to the pit area.
I think he can finish the race, guys.
Did it at Daytona. That's where it was.
They got the trunk lid laying at the start-finish line off the 87 car.
Yeah, we're getting word from NASCAR that there is going to be a red flag situation because they are going to have to come out and clean up a lot of debris. And there it is. Everybody's stopping over on the backstretch. So, with 8 laps to go, there you see the work going on in pit lane for Stenhouse. There's what's left of part of the 87 car.
That's a door, I think, off of Joe Nemechek's car.
Yeah,
part of the door off the right side.
It's not a door anymore.
A door, a deck lid, something missing.
That's incredible. I tell you, Joe was driving that car the whole time.
He sure was.
He came back on 4 wheels, and he missed the wall on the front stretch.
I'm glad he got out of that okay, good and safe, because that was scary looking, guys. It really was.
Yeah, it was.
So we have a red flag situation. Keep an eye for that 16 car coming shooting across the track right there.
Man, what a ride Joe took right here.
Stenhouse is
on the
right
roof.
underneath him, so something definitely happened between these two.
Okay, now watch. Joe's headed for the wall here. And look, he still catches a piece of it.
Just good. All right, well, let's watch what the crew was doing. And
this is Jason Keller's crew giving Joe Nemechek a standing ovation. Good job.
Anytime you roll over and can drive him back to pit lane, you should get a standing ovation.
He's going to finish this race. I think NASCAR's taking a look at the car to see if it's got any damage that would keep him from finishing. Obviously, the sheet metal wouldn't, but if he has any damage to the roll cage, they might not want Joe to go back on the track.
Well, and remember, he is running on his own money right now, trying to get more sponsorship.
Get something to go on there, man.
All right, well, we're going to step aside for a break. There's the top 5, and we'll find out whether Joe's going to be able to get back into this as we get one more look at it. Wow, what a wicked ride for the 87, Joe Nemechek. Casey Atwood's going to get the Aaron's lucky dog, and it looks like nobody really going to take a look. And this is the fun. Oh, we got a spin on the front stretch. Michael Waltrip, a former winner here at Nashville, turns it around, coming out of 4, down the front straightaway, and that brings out our 9th caution. The record here is 11.
Yo, man, 15 laps to go. That's enough time to get some passing done right there. I don't know if I'd be staying out.
White flag out, has 1-2 finishes twice in the Nationwide Series, and guess what? Kyle Busch has been on the 2nd place side of both of those, and it looks like it may be the 3rd. The points race is definitely going to tighten up between Carl Edwards and Kyle Busch, but right now the battle is for the race win, and it looks like it's going to be Joey Logano coming through turn 4 for the final time. The youngster is going to pick up his first win of the 2009 campaign. Here at Nashville, play the guitar. Take a look at the battle further back as well, as this is really something.
Yeah, baby, get you some of that. Yeah.
Congratulations from the crew, and there is a very happy Joey Logano. Behind him and Kyle Busch, it was Brad Keselowski 3rd, Kelly Byers 4th, Carl Edwards 5th, Leffler 6th, David Reagan 7th, Mike Bliss 8th, Stephen Wallace 9th.
Your car to be good is right now when the race is getting started. Qualifying is important, start position is, but we got one in the wall, guys.
One car up against the wall, the 09 of John West Townley.
Oh,
2 or 3 more involved. The 05 of Casey Atwood involved. The 85 involved. That is Brad Baker. There's the heavily damaged Ford of the rookie Townley.
That started out as really a one-car spin and contact with the wall.
Little loose, Andy.
Wiggle. Gets up out of the groove, and it's real dirty up there, so he loses the car. It makes some contact with the wall. Not heavy, and then you got the car. So here comes Mike Harmon, and wow. Riding with Stephen Wallace right here.
Outside.
Just going down the front straightaway.
Still there. Outside. Still there. Outside quarter.
There's a second impact. Casey Atwood, Brad Baker, the 85, the 07 of Mike Harmon. Good job by the 52 to get downstairs and go around him. Kevin LePage could have been swept into it. So lap 3, turn 4, first caution flag of the night here in Nashville, Tennessee. 4 cars involved, and the 09, the most heavily damaged, the rookie Des Moines, Iowa driver, and his Germain Racing Toyota spins around and has contact with the concrete. Lap 23. And he is the only car on pit road, although pit road is open. Most of the leaders opting to stay on the racetrack. Still way too early to come on. And we've had 2 rookies in trouble, bringing out 2 yellow flags.
See right here, Michael Annett just gets loose and gets out of the groove. Whoa, at the wrong place right there. Not enough room to catch it.
Yeah, I mean, the lap car or the 70 car wasn't close enough to him to get him loose. He really had a free track all by himself. And, it seems like when they get off that bottom lane and get up in that second lane right now, early in this event, those guys get loose up there. And when you get loose that close to the wall, that rear end's going to touch and that baby's going to come around and knock the right front off. And that's what happened there.
62 in, Brendan Gaughan also. There's Jason Leffler. He was cautions out.
What's going on?
Ryan Keselowski scrapes it, and it will bring the yellow out for the 3rd time. So exactly at halfway, we are under yellow flag, and now we crew chief. Everyone came down and pitted. Well, these guys pitted back on 68, so got to believe they're going to be coming on for fresh rubber.
Oh, yeah, they're going to come in for tires and make a few adjustments here and see if they can catch Kyle Busch. Get a little reset.
Yeah, this basically can get everything back in order. I mean, there were so many haves and have-not.
Lead lap.
Whoa, trouble. Big crash off turn 4.
Right behind you, yellow is
4 or
out.
5 cars
Yellow
involved
out.
on a turn 4.
Over there. There's going to be debris everywhere.
That was huge.
Sean Case involved. The 99 of Trevor Bayne, the 27 of Keller.
Doc, a lot of the hopefuls that we were talking about in our show, Cale Gale's involved in this thing. Big damage to the front of Kevin Harvick's car.
Stenhouse car just destroyed in off turn 4 and then stacks them up. See Keller nowhere to go. All these cars just victims of this.
When Sean Case really gets a piece, he really did the right thing when he saw Stenhouse spinning. He slowed up and get hit in the back.
Looking back for Mike Bliss, you see Stenhouse get sideways, and then suddenly they just all stack up.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Caution's out.
Here's Kevin Conway. We're riding with him, and oh, look what he looks at. Cars everywhere he slips through.
Great job. I mean, he did a good job picking his way through that mess right there.
There's Stenhouse. Watch the 27 and 2 come up across.
Yeah, once the contact happened with Keller and Sean Case, that was what involved a lot of cars there.
I'd be interested to see the right front tire in that 16 car because it looked like it was a little soft. Like maybe it's going down When it came by, it looks like the sidewall was really flexing. And if that right front was going down for Ricky, that could have caused his spin.
So again, the cars involved here. 4th caution flag of the night. Ricky Stenhouse. There's Cale Gale in the 33 car for Kevin and Elena Harvick. 27 car of Jason Keller, the 6th place man in the points. The 2.
Find me that dumb wannabe college graduate. Do not let him leave this racetrack at all.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
No, I'm talking about the kid. He's not leaving this track till he sees me.
38 car being shown in 5th position. Leffler. So it is Kyle Busch, Keselowski, Edwards, Bliss, and Leffler the top 5.
The gap's down to 1 second, but it's white flag. Bring it home for Kyle.
Kyle Busch, 2 more turns, and he becomes the 5th driver to win on all 3 concrete racetracks. Kyle Busch comes out of turn 4 and wins for the first time in Nashville, Tennessee.
What's up, guys? Thank you. Woo! Everybody's going to get a piece of guitar tonight. Oh, yeah.
Or if we let you play that guitar, Jerry.
See there, we didn't do a thing wrong, and he gets him a Gibson guitar.
Jerry, you said how hard will it be on Kyle Busch going back to Pocono? This cat's got so much adrenaline flowing right now, it won't bug him a bit.
Into the infield grass. That brings out our 2nd caution of the night.
How'd you like to be sideways, 140 mile, 30 or 40 miles an hour heading for the grass? He does a nice job of not only saving the truck from a
Spectacular save, Air Hoss. Get back in your groove. We'll get him. Don't worry, buddy.
Look at that thing right down on the bottom of the racetrack, and it just steps out on him, and that's severe. You don't catch one from that angle.
One to go for Kyle Busch. Kevin Harvick, 0.6 of a second behind at the stripe. Some trucks between Kyle Busch and the finish line.
Looked like Kevin lost the front end down there, trying so hard. Looked like he lost a little ground.
I guarantee he's gritting his teeth. He can just see Kyle slipping away from him.
The last time Kyle Busch went to victory lane here, he was handed a guitar. He decided he would hit it on the ground to try to distribute the pieces to his teammates. We'll find out what he does here. He wins for Kyle Busch Motorsports.
Come on, get you some of that.
First win for Kyle Busch in his own truck. That's got to be a great feeling. And you know what makes it even greater? The guy he beat, Kevin Harvick, is as good as there is in this garage area.
Thanks, guys. Everybody did a good job this week. Awesome job, guys. Awesome job. Good pit stop. Awesome.
That was Rick Rand, team manager.
Dollar General called Kyle Busch, said we'd like to be associated with you if you come to Nashville. And Kyle Busch said, I'll tell you what, I'll put you on the truck.
Sound decision.
4th with Carl Edwards taking a peek inside. There's Leffler on the outside and Edwards down low.
You see Mike Bliss there, too, trying to make it 3 wide, possibly. Well, Mike Bliss looks aggressive early right here.
Willie Allen now rolling in the 05. We made note of the fact that he had to sit for the first 2 laps. There's a battle for 2nd with Bain and Brad Coleman poking underneath.
Brad Coleman's going to do a good job in this car tonight. This guy has a lot of talent. He hasn't been in a race car in quite a while, but when you get in a car this good, I think all of that feel comes back pretty quickly.
How much of an advantage is it that he's getting the opportunity to work with Jason Ratcliffe again as crew chief, who he had worked with in 2007? Now we've got a crash. Coleman, Presley,
all right here.
Among those involved.
There you go. All right.
See, Michael
when you get
McDowell's
clear
got
there,
some
you can come on
damage.
down. I think we got hit in the left rear a little
Looks
bit.
like Coleman Presley's going to be all right. He's got a little damage to it.
Presley in the 88. Saw McDowell in the 81. McDowell, one of the 4 drivers doing double duty here this weekend. And there's the 16 of Eichler, Brian Eichler.
Well, Jack Roush's team's just not having any luck.
So Eichler gets damage on lap 5. Ricky Stenhouse missed the show tonight.
He spun out qualifying. Yeah. 16's been way up underneath somebody there to have damage that far back on the hood. That usually looks like somebody where you've driven up right under the back end. Maybe Coleman Presley. See the damage on the back of Coleman Presley's car. See Coleman up high there. Oh, yeah, it just gets away from him.
Boy, Josh Wise just got underneath and out.
points leader. Just goes by Brad Keselowski right on the outside.
Yeah, it looks like the 16 car must have gotten underneath the 81 of McDowell. Trying to avoid this. You see McDowell now run the high groove. Now he's looking for a place to go.
Watch it from the view of Brad Keselowski and his onboard.
Think about when you win championships and things that happen. Those are things right there that you'll look back and say, man, we dodged a bullet.
Brian Keselowski, his brother, also dodged it from the inside. Lane.
Saw a little smoke right there. It's from Michael Annett. He missed pit road. Had to go through the grass.
So Justin Allgaier dipping into the pits on lap 59 for his first stop of the night. Shannon Spake is in Allgaier's pit.
Well, Vince, the car started out loose. It has now gone to the snug side for Justin Allgaier. They were not going to make any changes originally. Now they're going to go with just a slight air pressure adjustment and 4 tires for your pole sitter, who will turn 24 tomorrow. His crew chief, Chad Walters, said make sure you hit your marks in the pit box. This is one place where he has struggled this season so far. So just trying to get it done as he has that number 1 stall. Justin Allgaier's down and away.
And Jason Leffler in the 38, moving up. He fell back early, but his car has been awesome. But he came on the radio moments ago and said the voltage was going up and down, so that's something to keep an eye on. It's going to be an air pressure adjustment, 4 tires, and Sunoco fuel for the 38.
Jason Leffler had been running in the top 5 earlier in the race. There's the stop. The 10 of Taylor Malsom. We've got a... Well, Malsom is on pit lane. We've got a caution. There's the 10 of Malsom on the left side of your screen, and the yellow is waving.
Yeah, this is going to cause some problems here for some of the cars that pitted. You see McDowell now got damage to the right front. Tire flat. Throwing all kinds of debris.
Just stop it, though. It's just tearing everything up. What do you think? Just stop. Just stop.
He was involved in that.
Bring a set of tires, dump can. Come on, guys.
What, rubbed that right front tire and blew it out?
It's a tough break for the 12 car, 38 cars that have made those green flag stops.
Yeah, they're going to really have to battle back. They'll be able to take the wave around and get back on the lead lap.
They're going to lose a lot of track position.
Yeah, track position. It's gone now.
And track position here, pretty important.
Of utmost importance, yeah. We talk about clean air. These got you over a 1.3 mile racetrack, and that's, you go pretty fast. And so anytime that you're back in there, you not only take the chance of getting involved in something, but you don't have that air on the nose of your car.
Debris everywhere after that right front just tore up the front of the 81 car of Michael McDowell.
Yeah, right there in the tri-oval, that right front.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series from Nashville Superspeedway. Our coverage presented by Pennzoil tonight. A look at the top 10 on the top of the screen.
I'll tell you what, Carl Edwards has been out front, been strong. Brad Keselowski's moving back to his rear bumper. Justin Allgaier got caught on pit road, mid-20s, worked his way all the way back up to third. We know he's strong. How about Paul Menard? And my man Steve Wallace at 66 is on a roll.
And the rest of the top 10 are Sorensen, Bliss, Coleman, Bain, and Gone. The 11th on down group has been having a pretty good skirmish here for a while. Scott Wimmer in the 27 just took the 11th spot away from Scott Riggs, and the yellow is out, and that is Scott Lagasse.
Well, he had a good race car today. Had a lot of really thought they were going to have a good evening this evening. Scott had a lot of confidence coming into this race, and looks like he is done for the evening. That's too bad. He was really fast.
Now, a little damage on the left front of Michael Annett's car, whether that was cause or result.
Well, I tell you, and Michael had been struggling, trying to get himself back up on the lead lap. I think he was the first one lap down, so we'll take a look and see what happens to these guys.
All right, so see Scott Lagasse there beginning to unbuckle the safety equipment, and that is good to see that he's okay, but certainly not the way he wanted to end his night here in the hometown. Not only get him points, but give him a chance to possibly win this race.
See how long it takes Keselowski now to get up on the bumper of Sorensen. Not long at all.
Oh, he's there.
Good run off the corner.
Yeah, I think he's just been waiting patiently, even when he was following Carl Edwards a while ago, just waiting to make his move, get himself to the front when it needed to be, and that's getting toward time. Right, he'll have 100 laps to go, but here he is in the lead.
Keselowski makes that move in turn 4. Brendan Gaughan comes with him. Sorensen having a little bit of problem.
Contact.
Boy, that's smart on Trevor Bain's part right there.
Yeah, and maybe some damage on that 12 car on the right front. Looks like he did touch Trevor Bain's left rear.
Well, Allgaier squeezed it in there.
When you have a fast race car, you kind of think that you can do a lot of things with it. And we saw Justin Allgaier do that. Here comes Carl Edwards to the inside now.
Sorensen. Oh, there's Trevor Bayne.
There was contact on that left rear tire from Allgaier.
Man, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Trevor Bayne, the 19-year-old. We talked earlier about how they seem to run well in practice, qualify well, but in the race, something seems to happen and go wrong. Here he was running 5th tonight. The light contact with Allgaier cuts a tire.
A little bit of aggressiveness on Allgaier's part there. He kind of stuffed it in there on the straightaway on him. Kind of surprised Trevor Bayne, and I really don't know. You can see right there the tire's down. Now he's just going to go for a ride as soon as he turns down in the corner.
Well, Stephen Wallace.
Stephen Wallace, yeah. Nice job of missing it.
And you're glad we got those safer barriers up there to kind of lessen that blow, especially on that left side impact.
Yeah, that's just a real shame, as you said, Andy, because Trevor Bayne was doing a nice job tonight, keeping his car well up into the top 10 most of the night. Here's the contact that created this flat tire.
See, I think Allgaier surprised Bayne right there.
Clear. Good work.
It's like Trevor Bayne was trying to work on the inside of Reed Sorensen.
The 2010 FIFA World Cup begins live Friday, June 11th on ESPN.
You don't have to be a big soccer fan to be excited about the World Cup. You can just be a regular old soccer dad like us, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Normal people get excited about the World Cup.
Mm-hmm. Month long of excitement there. A lot of people excited about the USA team. We'll see what happens.
Had some exciting moments in this race, a little more exciting than Trevor Bayne would have liked. That's why we are under caution. He had just a little bit of contact with the 12. The 12 of Justin Allgaier got underneath the 99, cut that left rear tire on a little bit of contact, and that was the result.
Yeah, the contact was much earlier. It was on the front straightaway the lap before with Allgaier. See, Stephen Wallace just barely
Go down. There you go. Good job.
These are a couple of guys battling for points in the championship chase as well.
Yeah, he might not even pass him. So talking about getting to the 22, but Justin Allgaier is making it very difficult for him to take that second spot away.
Now as Allgaier and Edwards swap positions back and forth and run side to side, it just lets Keselowski get a little further down the road.
He's got a 2.7 second lead right now. That's pretty comfortable, especially when he looks back and sees how hard those guys are racing.
At some point, do you just get single file to try to catch up with Keselowski?
Nope, not now.
Yeah, that's 5 points right there, and that's Carl knows that this is the guy that's right behind him in the points. So that's 5 points that mean a lot to them. So no, you got to race. Chances of them catching, unless they have a caution, chances of them catching Brad Keselowski now are pretty slim.
Penske cars running 1-2, and they have finished in the top second there a few years back. Stephen Wallace in the 66, been a very good run for him tonight. He's in 8th, followed by Scott Riggs, giving Richard Childress. Boy, it's Richard Childress in the 21 hasn't had much success this season. Some bad luck has come their way, and Riggs has really done a nice job.
Matt DiBenedetto in the 20 car for Joe Gibbs Racing and doing a nice job. Like I say, staying out of trouble. Car looks clean all the way around.
Yeah, very solid run.
Taylor Malsom in the 10 car for Braun is in 11th. Another one of those young drivers. We see so much young talent in this NASCAR Nationwide Series. Michael Annett is there as well. Just a couple of laps to go now for the leader, Brad Keselowski. The white flag waves for the leader. As we look at some of the action on the backstretch, and there's Keselowski. He's taking the white. On to the backstretch.
He stretched it out on Carl. He's run a great race tonight.
Coast around
Brad
the corner,
Keselowski.
buddy. Nothing out back. No threat.
Just solid all night. He was patient when he had to be, and he pushed the pedal when he needed to.
Brad Keselowski will win for the third time in 2010. He takes the checkers at Nashville.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, everybody on the team.
Good battle.
She's coming off turn number 2. Caution is out.
First caution comes out on lap number 4. This time it's Johanna Long. She was coming off of turn number 2, got into the grass. She looks like she's trying to get back up to speed.
Whoa. She's in the middle of a couple trucks. That was Max Pappas, the 9 on the outside. Johanna does a nice job not letting that truck get up into the outside wall.
Looked like maybe she was down on the inside of Maxville and the air just come off of her spoiler, got her a little bit loose in the center corner. Really fortunate that you saw all the tire dust that was flying up. That sometimes will just suck you right up into that outside wall. So she's really fortunate that she was able to keep from wrecking.
Remember, Justin Marks had his hands full at the start of the race. Take a look at this.
This is coming off turn 2. Same incident. Makes a little bit of contact with the 60 of Colwitt. We talked about Colwitt being way out.
Green flag just back in the air. Johnny Sauter goes to the inside of Austin Dillon, takes the top spot away as Jason White shoots to the high side of the racetrack.
Remember, 2 tires on Jason White as well as Austin Dillon. Johnny Sauter took advantage of his 4 tires. Ooh, looks like Max Pappas.
Pappas blowing up
big time.
Max Pappas, flames rolling from underneath that race truck.
Need to get that thing off
Stop
the grass.
it if you can, man. You got to get out, man. Get out.
Bit.
Heard him say stop
Fire's
if you can, and Max get out.
Still fire on the back of the truck.
And look at how quickly the safety truck is there.
I love seeing that, Rick. Max having a little bit of trouble getting himself out of the truck, but those guys are right there to take care of the fire. He probably lost the sense of urgency pretty much when he saw those guys pull up and have that situation under control.
Yeah, and I think the fire went out inside the vehicle. I think there was a little bit of fire inside the vehicle originally. Right side of your screen, that thing went up big time.
Yeah, you rarely see something like that, don't you, Phil?
Yeah.
Oil's got to mean that probably
like, Jamie Murray's motor. You remember a couple race or 2 ago?
That was at Kentucky.
Yeah.
Jamie blew up big time.
Max had already pulled the window net down and was preparing to climb out of that truck. Again, the safety crew immediately getting there and extinguishing that fire.
It's a good thing he's got Geico. He can get that thing
around. He knows right now that the next flag will end this race. Once they took the white, even the caution flag were to come out right now, it would be an official race.
Nice.
I think these fans love seeing that black number 3 truck driving to a victory here in Nashville. They're on their feet cheering for Austin Dillon.
Good battle for the 10th spot right there. Top 10. Joey Coulter trying to get that 10th spot away from Matt Crafton.
Coulter with a good run on the bottom of the racetrack. He will take it away from Crafton. Austin Dillon wins in Nashville. Sauter holds on for second. Timothy Peters is third. Coulter, Crafton, White continue to battle to the stripe. 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Coulter holds on to that 10th spot.
Awesome job, boys.
Third career win for Austin Dillon. He will be able to hoist it.
That's right, baby. Way to go, Pookie.
Get into David. He may have felt like it, but David got off the corner there a little hot, and rear end stepped out. Kyle was there, but he did not get into it.
You're right, Brad. And then when David got high, he got into a dirty part of the racetrack, and it probably felt to him like a tire was going down. So then you go to the next set of corners, and you're very apprehensive. You just coast through those turns until you can kind of identify what happened. Now he's back in a groove.
Looking back high side, going around the 66 is Stephen Wallace.
David Rudiman's been battling.
Oh, hang on to it, Stephen.
Baby.
Big save.
Oh,
no, not quite.
That's not good. That's not what you want.
Gathered up here.
It'll be our second caution.
Out now.
If you're wondering, the record for the fewest
back up before they come around.
The record for the fewest cautions is 3 here at Nashville. So here's our second, occurring on lap number 135.
I think there's 2 things there.
Flat right front tire.
You heard him say flat right front.
David Rudiman is coming off the corner, and Josh Wise and Steven are still stuck together racing there a bit. David's going to go ahead and cut on down and go rolling back down the straightaway, and you see Steven just basically breaks loose and loses the rear end of the race car, can't gather it back up.
What was important about this is they were racing for the lucky dog position.
Yeah.
And believe me, they were aware of that.
Yeah.
As I said earlier in the race, you're most vulnerable when you're underneath another car because you can't turn back to the right.
Just a little bit loose there and gets over exaggerated, just can't hang on to it, trying to maintain that position racing. Josh Watts behind him and David Rudolph on his outside.
Outside. Gathered up here.
Caught it the first time and then
caution's out now.
couldn't catch it the second time.
It ends an 80-lap green flag stretch for us here at Nashville Superspeedway. And Steven has made it in and back out of pit road, but it's going to put him further down. Shannon on both sides. Wow, and then Stenhouse gets into Brian Scott.
Stenhouse lost the back of his car in the middle of the corner.
Oh, look out, and Brian Scott's got damage to the right front and flying through the infield.
All right, guys, be ready here. Be ready. We've got some damage right front.
He manages to keep it from coming back up the racetrack.
We got right side damage, Kevin, pretty heavy on the right front corner.
He was running ninth at the time.
Pit road right now.
Just goes
and 4.
See, he gets up, he comes up, slides up in front, he gets on the brakes, it looks like.
I think he got a little loose there.
He did. Looked like the rear end came up because he was a little bit loose.
Had to get out of the gas.
Yep, got out of the gas, maybe touched the brake just a little bit. Got run over.
Yeah, it was no fault of Austin Dillon. That was just a product of him rolling out of the gas in front of him.
Oh, man, that's a tough lick on that right front, too.
Good job there
yeah.
to miss, and I couldn't tell whose car that was. Let's go on board with Trevor Bain.
Digging. Got him throttle here.
Caution for debris. Caution easy. What's the wreck in front of you? Inside. Easy. Nice, bud. Nice.
Yeah, that easily could have been several cars.
Now the debris comes from the 15 of Timmy Hill. There it is, coming off
his car. Yeah, he's smoking like he may have a motor letting go.
There's another piece. There's a bunch of pieces.
He's got a blown tire.
Blown tire.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's blowing the fender and everything off that car. Shrapnel's flying everywhere.
So that's what Stenhouse is around the 7. And the 62 of Annette is into the wall, bringing out another caution, our 6th.
Boy, those RWI cars have struggled all day with grip. All 3 of them have been loose all day.
Annette and Steven had worked their way back onto the lead lap through the lucky dog situation and the waiver
Feel it
rounds.
out, Michael. Your track bar broke. Wiggle the wheel so I can watch it on TV.
He was already sideways before he comes into our screen there. Not a whole lot of people around him. Don't know if someone got into him and tapped him or what happened. But
it's what we call overcorrecting, when you put too much steering into a spin and it snaps back.
1.3 miles remaining for Carl Edwards and his 4th victory here on the concrete of Nashville and his first since 2007.
Boy, he's gone. Man.
The Stremme yields to him.
Yep.
Carl sees a clear track in front of him.
There's nothing Kyle Busch can do at this point. Turns 3 and 4. Kyle making one last desperate charge, but the time and distance is going to run out. For his 31st time in his career, Carl Edwards sees the checkered flag first, with Kyle Busch coming across in 2nd and in a distant 3rd. 8
Think
seconds
of
behind.
Jonathan Bunting and his family, all right? This one's for them, all right?
Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with another top 5.
Heavenly Father, we thank you tonight for all your blessings. You said in all things give thanks. So we want to thank you tonight for these mighty machines that you've brought before us. Thank you for the Dodges and the Toyotas. Thank you for the Fords. And most of all, we thank you for Roush and Yates partnering to give us the power that we see before us tonight. Thank you for GM Performance Technology and the R07 engines. Thank you for Sunoco Racing Fuel and Goodyear tires that bring performance and power to the track. Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife tonight, Lisa. My 2 children, Eli and Emma, or as we like to call them, the Little E's. Lord, I pray you bless the drivers and use them tonight. May they put on a performance worthy of this great track. In Jesus' name, boogity, 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 amen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing.
Uh-oh. Whoa, Mikey Kyle has gotten off Crowers.
All right, stay on pit road there. Just bring it on around.
Our
stay out
second.
if you can. Stay out if you can.
Second caution of the night as we are working lap number 128.
Yeah, going back to Keselowski, that problem he's got won't get better. It'll get worse.
I need to go talk to him about that.
Well, obviously we may have had some contact.
Looks like him is going to be Brian Scott. Yep. Well, that's a good job of Kyle not crashing right there, because he looked like Brian Scott had him hooked pretty good getting in the corner.
Well, they put him right on pit road, didn't they?
Mikey Kyle running 19th right now. And as you get another look at
it. I can't believe he didn't tear that splitter off that car. It held on pretty good right there.
Yeah.
Looks like he's okay.
And it looks like he will stay just one lap down. The 09 of Kenny.
But too late for Austin Dillon. Got a fast car. Looks like Edwards is going to get this thing, guys.
1.3 miles separating Carl Edwards from his victory number 34 in his career. Down the backstretch for the final time. And there you can see Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just cannot close the gap. Coming through 3 and 4. Carl Edwards is going to lead 124 laps tonight and pick up his 5th win of 2011 here at Nashville.
Austin Dillon, 3rd place. Good job.
Awesome job, guys. All weekend. It's over, right, Jason? 10-4, it's over. Real good job.
Some good runs tonight by guys who needed them. You saw Justin Allgaier in 4th. He desperately needed a good run to get back into the points championship battle, and he does. Let's check in with Dr. Jerry Punch. He's caught up.
Kligerman from 6th to 4th. And there is Derek Kraus. Problem for the 19. Into the wall. And the caution back out.
You could tell he had some sort of an issue. He had certainly slowed on the racetrack. Obviously either cut down a right front tire.
I was going to say that seemed to be the characteristic of it, and boy, a heartbreaker for Derek Kraus. Pole winner in dominating fashion earlier today in qualifying. Team there on the right hand side of your screen, and just got a little bit of a bump from the 25 of Josh Berry.
Yeah, tried to get in the hole in between a couple trucks, and you saw the damage there. He got in the wall with the right front corner down the middle of the straightaway, and I'm sure that tire was coming down and eventually blew out. Tough break though. It looked like he tried to get in front of Josh Berry, and let's ride along with Josh Benson.
Get a good look at it here.
Yeah. You can see Josh is going to try to close that hole up, and as he was pulling up into that hole, Derek came over. And
it's been tight tonight. I mean, we have seen several near misses. That obviously ends up in a car or truck on the hook, but we've had several tonight that have been almost accidents, and it has just been so difficult to gain any track. Final lap. Crossing the line, there is one to go for Ryan Preece. He'll run next week at Pocono as well. Give him an opportunity to get 2 in a row. And what great experience this should provide him for Sunday's Cup race. Doesn't matter what level you're in, if you're behind the wheel and you're racing, it is so fun to win. And he's going to take home that Gibson guitar. Ryan Preece wins at Nashville.
Nice job, buddy. Those last 2 laps. Good job, brother. Good job.
Contact right there, just turns his car sideways down the front straightaway. Just wow, right, really close there for Mills in the 5. Very lucky to miss.
We talk a lot.
Look at the rear tires off the ground.
Tire off the ground. Well, I was going to say we talk a lot about the racetrack.
Ball, the 51, I believe. Oh, the 17. Oh, he's upset.
17:48. Making contact there, and the caution comes out. There'll be another restart.
I saw Joe Buford get loose on the inside, spin up the racetrack, and take the 17 car. Graf.
Yep, unfortunate. Jade Buford from.
Jade got up the racetrack and got into the 17 of Joe Graf. And you can make your own judgment on that one.
Well, if I'm in the 17, I'm driving into his left rear because I feel like he drove into my left rear. So I'm gonna get even.
Well, it is easy to say that he didn't.
I'm not saying he didn't.
Well,
but he
could have had no brakes.
Something interesting there is I think that is what just broke the track bar on that 48 car was that shot in the left rear. So if he intended to do some damage to that car, he did.
Yeah,
he succeeded.
And I'm not saying that the 48 wrecked him on purpose, but he's still the reason.
Quarter, he's got a push. No push for you. Back the door. Pushes off of him. Even up. Door. Coming back to you. Gap of 2 behind both you. Tight door.
Oh, the
tight,
7's
very
loose.
tight.
Oh,
Sideways.
Oh, there's contact.
They wreck behind him. Hemrick's in it.
Wrecking behind
So
you.
Michael Annette on Cindric up into the wall hard. Caution is out.
Caution's out.
My goodness. That was some drama right there. The intensity is picked up.
Brandon Jones is in front of the 50.
The 7's not got any side force except for the fact that he's leaning on that 54. 8 tires stick better than 4.
But the wreck started back there.
Yeah. Man, I'd like to see another look at that, just how the 1 and 18 got together and what happened.
And this hit right here by the 22, if you see upper the top right, man, he takes a huge wreck. Here's your look, Junior.
Yeah. So the 1, the 18 sees what's happening in front of him and tries to run low off the track to avoid, getting into anything that's happening in front of him, and just really doesn't give the guys below him a lot of room. So the 18 of Hemrick sees this, and he's thinking, I'm going to miss these guys. They're getting into each other, wrecking or something. So he cuts down the racetrack, and all this happens. Wow, that was a hard lick. Let's watch inside that 22. Let's ride along for that impact.
Watch him stacking up here up top. Watch him stacking. He's coming low, 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 low. Hold the straight. Here comes one more car.
This is with Haley.
Just wreck up here. Check up right front. Go straight. Go straight. Watch this 22. Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. Caution. Caution. Caution.
They're both up the track racing hard, and then right here they get together. Watch this 22, and he gets clipped right here. Sends him up in front. Look at the roof, the flaps on the 20 car. That car was so close it blew the flaps up on the hood.
2 really, really violent hits into this front straightaway outside wall, head on. Both drivers able to get out, walk away.
We keep talking about the guy on the bottom, how hard it is for him to pass. It's been a big battle for him today.
These two side by side. Sideways contact.
Spins down the track.
That brings out the 7th caution.
Great job by everybody to avoid Sieg. I'm sure he's glad that he's able to get that car righted and drive away.
All right, we're going to pit here, guys. Get caught up, and we'll pit for 4 tires.
Hood flaps has to stay on there, right, Steve? So they'll have to
It could be gone. No, it can be an open hole. You just can't block the hole.
Just can't block it.
Yes, you can replace a flap or not replace a flap, but the hole can't be sealed.
Yeah, that flap's meant to open to keep the car on the ground when it spins. So if it stays open, it's safe.
Yeah, it's
right?
safer.
It's safe. It does that.
So they talked about him coming.
It's just the back of the car comes around, and
he was okay.
Take anybody with him.
I think he was okay until the contact from the 11.
Yeah.
Sent him right around. I think he might have been able to save it. But Haley had nowhere to go, trying to go up the racetrack. Right into the right rear quarter panel.
pretty big dent in that left front. They might have to pit to work on that. I mean, there's so many cars in the lead lap, it's just so hard to recover. Although Josh Berry did it, he's all the way back up to 6th.
Yes.
Only 13 to go. Marty.
Hey, Rick, to answer the question, yes, all of these teams have an extra set of tires, and I see a number of teams scrambling here. Pit road is open this time. Looks like Noah Gregson will be certainly one of those that pits. He'll pit from 9th, but I would bet the guys up front, Steve, no way you're pitting if you're Kyle Busch, right?
No, absolutely not. I'm not pitting from the top 5, but if I'm back, you know, high single digits, put some air in those tires, make some adjustments for a short run, see what happens.
There you go. I think what's difficult about Xfinity Series is who else is going to pit with you. There's a lot of cars.
Allgaier fighting back on the outside.
Allgaier knows how difficult it is being on the bottom, so he's going to pinch Brandon Jones all he can.
He got sideways,
they were driving.
and the caution has come out again.
Well, we got a car in the middle of
Landon Castle.
Landon's had contact with the wall down there. Middle of 1 and 2.
See the back of that car shortened up. Also damage to the right front as well. So now with 6 laps to go, getting close to potentially overtime here.
Let's see a replay of what happened to Landon down in turn 1 and 2 here. Looks like he might have got a little help. Maybe Sieg, who had his issues.
3 wide per second. Here comes Harrison Burton.
There's wrecking behind him. You see it. Down the back straightaway, Harrison Burton in 2nd place.
The fight is on again as Allgaier coming up to his outside, but history is going to be made. Kyle Busch will win his 100th Xfinity Series race, and it happens at Nashville.
Great work this weekend. Appreciate it, NASCAR. Great job, buddy. Don't forget, 100 comes with a few Kyle Busch cautions at the end. Made you work for it. Yeah, I hear you. All good, man. Feels good. Nice. Shape being a small part of it. Congrats.
Yeah, the 8.
Get it rolling here.
Around. Coming off pit road. He's got into the grass and across the racetrack.
And now the caution's out.
And Kyle Larson was on pit road, Steve, so he was committed when it came, and I don't think the 18 did pit. So Kyle Larson here taking 4th. That's good for your tires. Also, you saw the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Actually, Kyle Busch did pit, so it's a race off here. So this should cycle out okay, but obviously the spin for Reddick changing things up.
Reddick coming off pit road on the access right there gets... Look how wide he is, pushing as hard as he can, loses the back of the car, and now he's like, oh no, I'm in trouble. Look at all the dirt. These green flag pit stops, you're just trying to carry as much speed through there as you can. And it killed keep your track position, yeah, and it just... So it killed the engine and he had a hard time getting it going, but he's gone now.
Well, we know these tires have low grip when they're cold. We saw Brandon Jones in the Xfinity race literally spin out leaving the road.
So they repaved the apron. And you know how hard it cools off a little bit. You're hoping you don't get back to you too soon.
There's 3 wide. Daniel Suarez in the 99 on the far inside. And up into the fence, Blaney. Big hit for the 12.
Wow. I had mentioned he was a lap down. He was racing with the 37 for the free pass position.
Something blew out. Rotor blew out.
Yeah, he said he totally lost brakes, guys, going into the corner.
Let's go back to that pit stop. We saw the brake dust. They pulled the tape off. A lot of guys complaining about it. That is a big mechanical failure. And to think we're only 55 laps in, I can't continue to state that. That looks like brake rotor, though, bouncing up against the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So the rotor comes off, and that cuts the tire down. And this team from, oh my gosh. This team from even before the race started had a terrible day. Had to pit to repair damage when he pulled up on the racetrack, and then didn't have brakes, and now ultimately part failure probably in that brake system ends their day.
Blaney's season, though, a win at Atlanta has him in the playoffs. Once again, we see the AMR safety team right there attending to Ryan.
They're running 15th and 17th. Both of them.
Oh,
wow. Two separate situations.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Wow.
So I wonder if the 77 didn't have a rotor or something come apart, and then the 17 run over it.
Something.
Chased him in there with the debris. It just seems odd that two go in at the same time.
That's a big implications for that 17 car, Chris Buescher. He came in here, on that bubble to make the playoffs. He was the last driver in.
Parker. And see, if we look at those two cars come down pit road in the right fronts, you were right. Chris Buescher came on the radio and said, I ran over something, so it might have come from that 77, or there was some other debris there that they both hit, and it went back into the 17, but he definitely ran over something. He saw it, and that popped the right front.
That's the same area Blaney had his problem. Normally NASCAR does a great job of cleaning these racetracks up.
Interesting timing for this yellow so close to the end of the stage. It's a great opportunity for those guys in the back half of the lead lap to come right now and get your service and then stay out 6 or 7 laps later at the end of the stage to try to leapfrog those guys. If you're one of those guys in the top 10, you're going to be thinking, man, I could maybe win the stage. I mean, if you're Kyle Larson, you think I can win the stage, get a playoff point, or these other drivers up there, namely, say, Kirk.
In races and not been able to finish, really, I think, where the speed and the potential is for this team just yet.
Ooh, that's scary going back up the track, isn't it, Jeff?
Ugh.
Parker.
And the team there on the 23 is saying that he ran over some bits that were on the straightaway, some debris, possibly rotor bits, as we've had so many cars that have had brake issues. That sort of stuff spread.
The caution has come out. He was running 14th. We had talked about Stuart Haas and how things were going for that team and program, and now this issue for Cole. Parker.
Yeah, he came across radio and said he had no brakes, and then the flat tire occurred. So either hit something or some debris, or that tire went flat, or lost the brakes, and then obviously the tire went flat. So they're trying to decipher that.
Looks like the rotor exploded on the right rear or maybe the front and tore the right rear tire off of it. And we now, where is it? Where's the rotor? Where's all the debris? Can NASCAR make sure that the track is good and clean so that we don't have any more drivers running over debris and hitting the fence?
You drivers, under caution, you're looking at the racetrack saying, hey, there's debris here or there, right? You're on the radio telling people.
Well, you can't always see it, though. Yeah, it's not as clear as you would think.
These are tiny little pieces of rotor the size of your fingernail that are going to cut that tire.
We saw a piece fly off as he was just coming out of turn 4.
What's the problem, man? Got a caution.
Oh, we got a car in the grass on the backstretch at 23 of Bubba Wallace.
Again back there. An issue.
Now, moving right. Leader just off at 2.
Halfway down the back straightaway. Have to wonder how that happened.
Left side tires are up.
Parker. Well, he came on the radio and thought he had an issue with the left rear just about a lap or two before that happened there. So I wonder if maybe that left rear is going down, or maybe even a little more issues there.
Everything looks good on air pressures. Turn 2. There were almost 3 wide, and I don't think Bubba knew that. McDowell on the inside of someone. So Bubba comes up off the corner and gets into the left rear of Michael, who was a little bit lower than Bubba anticipated. Bubba thought they were too wide, but nope.
So caution number 10. A lot of cautions today. I think that's one of the things that
Amarola on the bottom of the racetrack just simply outdrove him getting into turn 1.
The 14's up the wall.
Briscoe.
Turn 3 and 4. Missed the corner, got into the fence.
And the caution comes out.
Oh, man. Decision time.
Looks like the air pressures are up on that car, but he just went into turn 3, went straight up the racetrack. Just barely, got to the wall.
3 laps led already. This has got to be the most dominant performance we've seen out of Kyle Larson. Fuel was an issue. Overheating was an issue. He fixed the overheating problem. He has managed the fuel problem, and he's going to make it 3 wins in a row. Kyle Larson returns to Nashville Superspeedway a winner.
job, man. So proud of this team. So thankful for Valvoline. Thank you guys so much for coming on board. Chevrolet, Hendrick Motorsports, Mr. H, everybody. Great job.
Hit for Camden Murphy, making his first start of the season. That Rowdy Energy Toyota, number 30.
A lot of damage to that truck.
He was running just outside the top 30 and significant hit there on the back end.
You can see him put his head in his hands, just heartbroken. Might have been a little contact, possibly. He was running close proximity to a couple other trucks.
You know, as racers feel, you could just feel his emotion. Let's see, it's already
taken
happened. Place. I don't know if
there was contact, it's already happened right here.
You know, that just shows you he worked so hard for this opportunity, and then here we are, just 20 laps in, and his chances of a good finish are over.
A view from Chris Hacker's on board.
I couldn't tell.
Couldn't really tell from that angle as well.
Might ought to call. Didn't crack the top 10, and man, Derek Kraus is heating him up.
Caution is out, and it's the 62 of Todd Bodine. Boy, Todd was having such a good run.
I don't see a lot of damage to that truck. I think he's going to be okay. He's going to lose some track position.
Big break for John Hunter Nemechek, guys. Back on the lead lap.
As well.
Todd Bodine seeking 800 tour for Todd as he's the two-time champ. Running 6 races this season to get to 800 career NASCAR starts. What's been your take on his exercise of these 5 races so far with 1 to go?
I just appreciated his passion, his love, his desire to go out and accomplish his goal. Camping World comes on board with him in the 62 truck, and he's been very wow.
The 3 wide back there, Michael. Matt DiBenedetto, they get 4 wide with Majeski.
Oh, and that's going to create an issue and a big pile up with the 51 of Heim. The DiBenedetto in
Watch out now, watch out.
Oh, Chandler Smith ends up getting involved. Infinger involved as well.
Well, we've seen them go 4 wide 2 or 3 times, and I was surprised they made it the first 2 or 3 times, and they didn't make it that time.
What damage to the 23 truck. The 25 of Matt DiBenedetto as well. Look at Corey Heim. There's the $100,000 opportunity.
Playoffs.
Just knew this wasn't going to work. The 4 of them, and it
looked like the 51 and the 25 came together. Maybe it looks like almost that Corey didn't realize that they were 4 wide, that he had 2 trucks below him.
And then you see Chandler Smith with a big spin there after his problems on pit road. But watch this, a late dive by Majeski, and 66 just binds everybody up.
Yeah, the initial contact was between Corey Heim and the 51 and Matt in the 25. Grant had nowhere to go. He was the 4th truck on the outside.
And Majeski, who made it 4 wide, was able to escape without any damage.
You know, as the laps tick down, you know people are going to make those dive bombs. We've saw it from the beginning of the race with Matt Crafton when he drove on the inside of another competitor and put him in the wall, Jack Wood. And it just continues to get more and more intense.
You see Chandler Smith, he made contact with Ben Rhodes. They were just trying to avoid Grant Enfinger coming down the racetrack.
Ride with DiBenedetto.
See, Matt got hooked in the right rear, and that just turned him right. You saw him try to steer and overcome it, but tough break for that Rackley roofing truck. Running up in the top 10, looking for another good solid run here at their home racetrack.
Look at that damage. Wow, man. It even buckled the roof up there, Phil.
Sure.
And the restart. 16 to go.
Big jump there.
Uh-oh.
Haley Deegan turned around.
Haley Deegan has gone around and some contact with the wall, and
that's Derek Kraus right there. Right side of your screen, the 19 truck losing all the track position.
She was in the 11th position on that restart, Vince. When something
got
went
bottled
wrong.
up, yeah, for sure got bottled up, and she ends up in the wall.
Play here. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was definitely behind her. Max Gutierrez in that 22, that black truck. And I'm sure they were all just pushing, trying to get people going. See, there he is right there. He was a little to the right of center. That may have been what turned her sideways.
You see Derek Kraus, you mentioned it. See what Hacker sees here.
See the sparks already. Good heads-up driving by Chris Hacker.
Well, when they're all jammed up on a restart, and that's the opportunity to gain positions, and we're talking.
Hold on. He stays in the throttle as they race side by side off the corner. Nice save, Max.
See those black marks off those Goodyear tires.
Kligerman is slowed after getting into the wall a little bit. He was just outside the top 10 to go, just over a mile left.
You think that thing shut off or something there for a moment? He had a second lead and it evaporated in a second.
Priest now jumps to the bottom to try to block Zane Smith. Smith up top.
Zane's going to lose momentum. He may lose second to Hocevar.
Hocevar now to the inside of Zane Smith for second, but that's just what Ryan Priest wants to see. He wants to see those two battling. It's going to be Ryan Priest going back to back at Nashville.
Feels so good, doesn't it?
And consecutive wins for David Gilliland.
Tracks always tend to have a little dust on them. Really loose. He's going to lose control here. Stands on the throttle. Backs it hard into the wall. And you hate to see that. He's loose now. He's already swinging the back. There it goes. And it's his qualifying lap. You know, if he was practicing, he probably would have backed it off, saved the car, been able to regroup. But in this condition, you cannot lift. You have to try to save.
Wide move there to pick up a couple of spots. But here's what Sam said on the radio coming to pit road.
We got a spin. Josh Berry loose off of turn 2. Contact with Ryan Priest.
Yeah, Priest stuck behind him, couldn't go anywhere. And so the caution comes out. A really slow spin for Josh Berry.
Mike Spahn didn't hit anything. Just where the 5 is left rear.
Yeah, Josh got up the racetrack a little bit, and the 5 right there of Priest tried to get into that hole. We don't know if there was contact or not before he started to spin, but he certainly got up the racetrack, and Priest was trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I don't think Priest made contact. So Josh not quite on the bottom, but he's trying to get there. He's trying to turn the car back down the corner. He's spinning out, almost losing control. Priest gets into him. Priest trying not to wreck himself. Look at Priest sideways right there. Both drivers kind of get the cars woed down. Very light damage, if any at all, to both cars. Yeah, Josh is loose before Priest even gets there. There's air wrapping around the nose of that 5 car that's really compressed at that speed, and it almost kind of moves the car next to you.
Yeah, Priest saw Josh up the racetrack, and he's like, okay, there's my chance. And then as soon as he drives under him right here, now it shoves all that air. Now it's pulling the air off of the spoiler of that 8 car, and he was already loose, which is why he was up the racetrack, and around he goes. Josh Berry didn't do anything wrong there, just saw an opening and went for it.
Priest didn't do anything wrong either, and I think he did a good job of kind of woeing things down to be able to save both drivers a lot of damage. Marty.
Well, you guys nailed it. So loose for Josh Berry. In fact, he told Mike Bumgardner.
Easy to blow past it with the throttle as he's described it. On the right edge. Oh, Jeff Earnhart's going around.
Sideways, another slow spin, and that will bring the caution out once again. That's the 4th time.
Work your way back up. Find your way back up here.
Caution has come out. Steve, the rest of the field to be on pit road here.
Yeah, we said 65 to 70 laps, 72 laps to go. So as we take another look, looks like the 26 is just in and just loses the rear of the car, corrects a few times, and ends up spinning out. Little contact with the 2.
Fortunately for Jeffrey, you see, he just couldn't keep the car on the bottom of the racetrack, up into the 2, Sheldon Creed. Fortunately, no big damage for Jeffrey.
So this is the awkward time for an Xfinity Series crew chief. You know, you have one more set of tires. You would rather wait. You know, we haven't run that long in this stage, but in theory, we are in the fuel window as we take another look at it. Ryan Priest and Jeb Burton doing a nice job with some evasive maneuvers to miss the 26. You know, you would hate to stay out here. It makes perfect sense to tell this thing run green to the end, and then you look foolish because you didn't pit inside the fuel window. So it'll be interesting to see, will Allgaier, Bain get...
Trying to get in front of Ty Gibbs. I know they're not racing right now for the lead on track, but in their brains, this is the race for the lead right here.
Oh, we got a crash. Car's hard into the wall.
Sheldon Creed gets caught up in it, but the 27 probably the most contact there. Jeb Burton.
Jeb was having
a left rear quarter panel. Joe Graff really nowhere to go. Drives through both cars. You got cars on old tires, cars on new tires, a lot of closing rate on the entry of these corners that they aren't really used to. They haven't been in this situation all day long.
You almost wonder too if Jeb got the, hey, you're 3 wide. You know, you're 3 wide on the top, and now he's like, oh no, I can't turn. And
yeah, I mean, it's really slick out there too. Right in front of this, crash, Brandon Brown is almost spinning out himself in the 68.
Yeah, Jeff, I kind of saw what you saw too, right? It went from 3 wide to 4 wide.
1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. 1 1/3 remaining for Justin Allgaier as he's looking for his 18th career win in the Xfinity Series. Many have talked about Allgaier and his talents. Would they ever make it to the Cup Series? He knows that that would be an opportunity he would cherish. He continues to go out and do the best that he can. Run for a championship in the Xfinity Series. This will be win number 2 on the 2022 season. And Justin Allgaier is going to win in Nashville.
I wanted to win in Las Vegas for a long time, boys. And that was a butt kicking. Awesome job. Awesome job. Thank y'all boys so much, man. Never gets old driving a race car that good. I can assure you of that.
Oh, he's around.
And into the wall. And again.
Back then into the wall there, left rear.
Does this happen in turn 3? Gets loose, goes around. Even a 2-time champion. 60-time winner in the Cup Series. It can happen. That's how difficult it is. Zone. It's Hamlin and Suarez making up Pro 1.
Missing from the front of the field, the 1 of Ross Chastain. Had to pit a second time, lost all that track position.
Great start for Hamlin and the 12 of Ryan Blaney trying to hug that yellow line on the inside.
Martin Truex Jr. making a lot of spots on the outside there in the 3rd groove.
Going to try to go for some more there, Junior.
Yeah,
still 3 wide.
I think, that first restart was really calm, really tame. A little contact there between teammates. Chase Elliott in the 9 car in the middle of the sandwich. The 24, Byron, still a little bit out of control. Way up the issue. Could be an issue with that car, that contact.
Top here, way top. Way top, just staying up there.
Remember, we talked to him earlier, and he had an issue before the caution, said it felt funny down the straightaway. They hoped it was a tire. The left side tires look aired up. I can't tell on the rights. Maybe that issue.
Broke, guys, I can't drive it this way. It's really bad.
Okay, broke. So that's either that contact, Junior, you mentioned, or before the delay, he said he had an issue.
William Byron, one of the drivers with 2 wins already this season, so he's still in the playoffs. And a big crash in 1 and 2, the 48 of Alex Bowman.
Alex Bowman had just been on pit road.
Right dead center.
Stayed on pit road a long time trying to make changes to this car to improve the handling on it. Lost some track position because of it. Now they're in a wreck.
And in 2 minutes, Hendrick Motorsports loses 2 of their 4 entries in the race.
Going to try to drive that one back, but look at all the damage.
Destroyed, buddy.
The right front tire coming apart, shredding the body pieces on that car.
Oh, and Byron takes the left-hand turn into the garage. Remember, he said he had an issue earlier. I'm not sure if it was that or contact. Debris continues to come off the 48. Let's look at this 24, Junior.
So a little bit of contact. Not sure if this is what gave him his problem, because it looked very minor right there. But then as he gets down the straightaway and goes into 1, there's a big wiggle. The car, the steering right there, you can see him out of the gas. See that wobble right there. Not sure exactly what he's feeling or what's going on with the car.
Yeah, I have to believe this is what he was feeling earlier. You could see a little concern in that interview. The car felt funny, and then here's his teammate, the 48, Jimmy Johnson. I'm going back 5 years. Alex Bowman. Got the right sponsor, Ally. Can't tell if there's contact.
That's Corey LaJoie behind him. I can't tell if there's contact either.
I think the first look, we had a better look at it as they went down into turn 1.
Like you said, he stayed on pit road for a long time with the hood up, making some adjustments. They were really struggling, falling back through the field before that caution.
Right front tire tearing the right front fender off as it's coming apart.
Look at that thing bounces up and down, how rough it is in that car.
All right, so let's just take a look at as we roll in here. We're going to see him. So if we freeze it, he's already backwards as he comes into the picture. It's too hard to tell.
So look at the sevens going up the track. I don't know if he's going to avoid or the contact. He's correcting from the contact that might have happened.
We'll keep listening in on the radio. Maybe have a little bit of an insight there. Parker.
Oh, guys, you were correct. He came down and did that shock adjustment in the front end of that car. That was a long stop that put them in the back there because he was not happy with the handling of the car. But as you saw there, you were sort of paying attention to the 7. Take a listen to what Alex had to say on the radio.
Pretty cool. Corey LaJoie's a really good racer.
Started up front, and he's trying to fend off another Gibbs Toyota that's driving up through the field. This 20 car Christopher Bell. These two guys have raced each other their whole lives, all through the ranks. Bell's going to take the spot. See what Larson has to say about it on corner exit. He tries to get down in front of his teammate here, Chase Elliott.
Ducks in behind the 20. And Marty, what's the communication like on the 19 team right now?
Well, I want to know who's behind the wheel of the 19. Junior, did you give Martin Truex Jr. a lesson on the high line? Because throughout his career, he has never liked to run the high line. He's always been a bottom feeder on the racetrack, but he told James Small, his crew chief, before this last restart, I think I'm going to do that again, meaning go to that very high line, make some passes. You know it, Junior. Truex has never been known to go to the top, but he's made it work early.
Yeah, you just have to imagine the concerns about his future and what his decision was going to be with that in the mirror and everything out front. He's here to race and feeling good about it. Got a wreck.
2 cars caught up in it. One of them, Chase Briscoe in the 14, the other Ty Dillon in the 42. And the caution comes out once again.
Damage to the nose of the 42 car.
See if you can fire it, bud.
This is the kind of thing that Ty Dillon in that 42 has avoided most of the year. Been very consistent. I don't know how much damage either one of these cars has.
AMR team quickly on the scene. Both these guys able to drive away.
See right here, they enter in turn 1. Ross Chastain making a move. Remember, he had to start in the back with that lug nut problem.
He made the 14 sort of block that move down the front straightaway, and the 14 entered.
This team thought he's the most underrated driver in the entire sport. Talked about how good he was, how fast he was, how good he was at pushing the team to make the right changes as well. Feels like he's a great teammate.
Chris Buescher with the momentum coming off a 2nd place finish at Sonoma 2 weeks ago. Parker.
As we go on board here of Ryan Blaney, the nighttime is not the right time for the 12 car. If you remember earlier back in the daytime, he was challenging for the lead of this race. He restarted in the top 5 of that last run, fell all the way back to the back of the top 10, and then they had a slow stop under the stage 2 caution. They had a hang up on the left rear all the way back to 25th. He restarted, now only made it up to the 20th position, but things going seriously wrong for the 12 car here as they showed so much speed earlier in this race. They're going to have to fight back from that bad pit stop.
And right behind him, you see Daniel Suarez. He had ran all as high as 2nd earlier in this race today. We thought the Trackhouse cars, they were 2nd and 3rd early. We thought they were going to have a really great run. He's also had some issues. Oh, the 12! He's going to hit the wall! Oh,
couldn't catch it. Back across the track, into the grass, and the caution comes out. Ryan Blaney, what a ride.
That was a great save, to be honest with you. I thought that car was definitely going to fence with the right side.
He almost did that same thing about 10 laps ago in 3 and 4. Tried to carry so much speed on corner entry, and that thing started getting around on him. Well, the wall saved him. I don't know if it's a great save, but the wall was there for him, Parker.
And guys, we've heard about how sensitive this car is to changes. He has been talking about how tight that car is all day, and even on that last run said it was plowing tight, so they made some big changes with air pressure and some adjustments, and obviously maybe just went too far at the loose on that 12.
Yeah, I thought that he was going to overcorrect and right front first into the wall. That was what I thought was so impressive, is right there, I thought he was going right front into the wall. But he somehow was able to keep that from happening right here. Brings the back around. Nobody makes contact with him coming back across the track. Very fortunate situation there. But when it hooks like that, I mean, with the rack and how quick the steering is, we've seen a lot of these guys overcorrect.
He almost gets his teammate right here. That would take major difference. Now Cindric, watch how far he drives in the corner trying to get on the outside of the 21, and just not the grip he needed. Look at Cindric go by. It's a game of inches. Cindric went from having his night over to being the first car lap down and getting back in the lead lap on that exchange right there.
More cars on pit road, including that 45 of Kurt Busch, Parker.
Right, he was complaining of loose earlier in the last run. They seemed to have made the car a little bit better. You see an adjustment there now in the right rear for Kurt Busch, trying to get it slightly tightened up. 4 Goodyear tires for him, Dave.
Chase Elliott gave a good report to his crew. He said, I can keep the control in my hands as far as the build goes in these tires. So just give me 4 new ones of fuel, Marty.
Hamlin was so frustrated by being back in that traffic. He's had clean air all night long. He did not on that run and drastically changed the handling of the race car for fresh Goodyear tires. And Steve, this certainly opens up the playbooks for the team stopping right now, maybe for later stops in the race.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity, a little fire on pit road in the 43, but you're right, Marty. Now options are open. Always scary when you see fire, Rick.
Yeah, big fire there for the 43 team. Eric Jones pulling away, they put that out.
And coming down pit road next will be the 5 of Kyle Larson. His last report, really good in 3 and 4, even when I'm making a pass. So he's gotten this car righted, as we noted before, came through the field. So he'll take on 4 tires here and throw it for Sunoco fuel before the end. The 20 of Christopher Bell is on pit road as well. His car was tight, and then in the middle of the corner, they wanted a correction for that. A little bit of problems now finishing up for Larson.
A slower stop here for Kyle Larson. You saw the 20 get out quite a bit ahead of him.
So Rick, Denny Hamlin was last on pit road at lap 206. Oh, he's coming to pit road right here. I thought he would run longer. The team must have just decided they're losing too much time. If it does run green, it's going to cost them too many spots. So now Hamlin on pit road. That'll hand the lead to the car he owns, the 45 of Kurt Busch. Marty.
Denny Hamlin coming down pit road. Sam McCauley, the interim crew chief, said we're ready to pit.
Oh, we got a car spinning. Oh, off of turn 4, a huge save.
And a really close call there as the 47 of, oh, he's got a tire off. The wheel's off. The right rear wheel is off the car. So Chris Buescher. And there you see the right rear, and the caution has come out.
Rick, they had just stopped a moment ago for Chris Buescher, so you got to think that wheel lug nut did not get tight.
And that is bad news for Scott Graves, the crew chief, and it's also going to be bad news for the rear tire changer.
And that's a good example, I think, of why that penalty is so severe, because that tire's rolling down the track in front of cars. If it gets sent over the fence, could be a serious situation for the spectators. That's why NASCAR wants to make it critical that these teams don't let these wheels come off.
Look at the damage it's doing to the cars. All of that underbody work, the rear diffuser is getting destroyed right here.
Denny Hamlin had just come to pit road
when this happened, Kurt Busch was still out on the track.
See the wheel. NASCAR will pick it up. Let's take a look exactly when this came off here, guys.
So he was sideways in the middle of the corner. Somehow is able to save it. The wheel's trying to exit the car, and he saves it from spinning out.
And then Ricky Stenhouse comes on the scene. He's not sure which way it's going. All right, we talk about loose wheels. We've seen so many of them. You talked about the penalties and the suspensions. Let's talk about how this happens. We'll go on board the NBC cutaway car. There's the socket. You see the teeth. It gets engaged. You can't pull the trigger first. It comes off. The nut magnetically stays in the socket right here. That can't fall off. That's big trouble. Let's move forward and show exactly how the wheel needs to be installed. Those drive pins, very important. They locate the wheel on the hub, but the red locking mechanism, that's the key to this whole thing. So as we're going to spin it forward, we're going to put our tire back on. You're going to see these holes right here have to line up to the drive pins. That's the whole key. It's not as straightforward as you may think. You put it on, you might have to go a little right, a little left. We're going to take it off one more time so you can see what a tire carrier sees. He almost looked through the spokes, locates it. Now it's time to put the wheel nut on. Remember, they're doing this in a hurry. You think this is tight, but right there, the locking mechanism hasn't popped up yet. So that means it's not tight. We're going to come in, we're going to tighten it a little bit more, and if we freeze it after this, you're going to see right there, look how that has popped up. It's cleared the nut. There's no way the nut can come off. That's why if you take your time, which you can't do on pit road, it will assure the wheel not coming off. But when you're trying to do 8, 9, 10-second pit stops, that's the difference between a wheel coming off and not coming off. Marty.
Well, you look at Scott Graves looking at, and just think about the last few weeks for this race team, right? Charlotte and the Coca-Cola 600, Chris Buescher rolls over in that race. Took a while to get him flipped back over. Then the next week, he gets COVID, has to miss the race at Gateway. And now this for Scott Graves and the race team, probably going on a 4-week vacation. And all Buescher said on the radio was said,
up in the upside or the high lane, and he does choose that high lane. So he'll be the 6th one back.
And so watch on the restart when they go into one. They're him and his teammates in that outside line are going to try as hard as they can to jump to that outside and get to the top of the racetrack in clean air and fly around this racetrack for that first lap and make as many positions as they can, Marty.
And I think there might be a little buyer's remorse on those that decided to come down pit road. Even Kyle Busch, who took 2 there. Denny Hamlin sort of questioned the move, and Sam McCauley said, listen, we weren't going to win where we were. We wanted to take a shot here. So Hamlin, with those 4 fresh tires, we'll see how much ground he can gain, Parker.
Already Kurt Busch feeling really good about this call. His car was great the few times that he sniffed that clean air. Now starting on the front row, he definitely could have the speed to challenge that 9.
Chase Elliott early in the race put on new tires. A lot of people didn't. He went from 14th to 6th in 1 lap. Let's see if Kyle Busch can do that. But his brother Kurt Busch on the front row with a chance.
I think it's all about real estate. I'm with you, Dale. It's not a question if the 18 is going to have speed. Will there be lanes available, or will it be clogged up? Is it going to be rush hour, or is it going to have the express lane?
Well, and how chaotic will it be? Only 4 laps to go from Nashville. Chase Elliott, Kurt Busch, and a great restart for both.
There's a good push down there on the inside. Kurt Busch is going to go down into turn 1 side by side.
Kyle got blocked. Nowhere for him to go.
Quickly falling back. The 22 of Logano. He clogs everything up from 5th behind. Chase Elliott has the spot. Kurt Busch running 2nd. Blaney has moved up to 3rd and contacted into the wall. Brad Keselowski gets into the wall after the contact from the 41 of Custer. They stay green.
Stay up, stay up, stay up.
The 6 is slow on the track. Can he get it going? 3 car lengths separating the top 2. Brad Keselowski, a tire rub, an issue on the right side. You see the black marks behind him. Slow on the racetrack as the field comes up behind him. 2 to go. Keselowski down to the access road. It's 4 car lengths. Kurt Busch up the racetrack. Chase Elliott coming back to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. Chase Elliott down the backstretch for the final time. A huge lead over Kurt Busch, running in second. Looking for his second win of the 2022 season. He'll get it at Nashville Superspeedway. Chase Elliott wins.
Yo, baby. Good stuff, boys. Thank you, guys.
Way to go, bud. Ross Chastain, who came to pit road.
Happy birthday, Devin!
The highest finisher of those that came to pit road. On that last caution, he finishes in 5th.
A moment over in 1 and 2.
Speaking of which, 13, Haley Deegan. Jack Wood around the outside of the 51. He has contact. Caution is out. First time denied at lap 5.
Man. Looked like Haley just got a little bit loose under Lawless Allen. Jack Wood with absolutely nowhere to go. Hopefully not too much damage to the front of that 51 truck.
I think it's pretty bad, Phil. There you see Lawless.
Racing with Christian Eckes. There's the contact right there.
Oh, and Eckes, too. That looked like maybe an arguing match that escalated.
Another situation of them getting out of Matt DiBenedetto's way.
Ask and you shall receive.
That's 2 more.
Driving down in turn 1. And just got a little bit loose and chased it up the hill.
That was strange looking, wasn't it, Phil?
Yeah, it looked a little bit odd because there's grip up there, and obviously Lane Riggs came along and made contact with the left front corner. There it is right there for Lane.
And then watch. He lets that truck roll up the hill instead of locking the brakes down, and there just wasn't anything Brett Holmes could do. I mean, he could have tried to. Was Grant Enfinger involved in this as well?
He was just running the high side.
Yes, he was.
Definitely some contact. Christian with absolutely nowhere to go.
Stewart did not want to see this, trying to battle for his playoff life. You can see him just get classic loose off the corner.
Caught the right rear.
That could be.
Chandler Smith. We got a spin. We got a spin back here. Multiple cars hard into the wall.
Allgaier involved in it as well. Ryan Sieg in the 39. We saw him sideways.
We talked about it. This racetrack is slick. Nobody knows how much grip it's got. The first time cars side by side, we saw incidents in qualifying, and now that they're racing, it even is that much slicker.
Pretty decent damage on the left front of the 7, both the rear, the front. No heavy damage like chassis type, but a lot of body works.
It's like Kyle Sieg gets up into the car on the outside, loses control. Everybody just trying to avoid.
There you go. See 3 wide. A little bit of movement on that middle car of Sieg, then up into 27, and just all this is reactionary to that.
Stephen Parsons just a hard hit right here. So it gets turned into the outside wall.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Stephen. Came here with a new sponsor, looking for a good day. Look at this right here. Look at this slide by the 27 of Jeb Burton. I don't know how he didn't wreck. That was a great save.
You mentioned it. We'll ride along with Allgaier here. You mentioned it, Steve. Not hard contact with the 7, but definitely that left side contact right there with Parsons. They'll be concerned about what that might have done to the steering linkage and so forth in this car.
Yeah, you see the result as the 7 comes down pit road.
Here we go again, a battle for 3rd. And a little sketchy down there. The 18 to Sammy Smith looks like he was fighting some grip.
We got another car backed into the fence in the middle of 3 and 4 right here. It's the 91, I believe, of Chad Chastain. We
43.
also see
43 of Ryan Ellis, actually.
Oh, there's another one. We're going to see at the top of the screen, you're going to see that 91. That was the first car I saw come around. And then that's the 43, the yellow and white car coming in loose very, very high from that angle. All right, we'll take another look. Man, I think just a slight bit of contact. As Chastain was spinning, I think he just barely caught the 43, but it's not like they're out here with a ton of grip. Everybody seems to be driving like it's on ice. So that little bit of contact into the left rear is just enough to either turn the 43 of Ellis or sometimes just accelerate you faster than your car can handle. Either way, both cars spun around. Let's see what kind of contact this 91 had. It was hard to see the first time. If there is contact, it's very light.
Yeah, it looked like he was just very close to that outside wall, maybe not making contact.
And I keep saying Chastain, Chad Chastain.
Hey.
Green.
It'll be tough for this 21 to launch on these old tires. There you see it, 3 wide. Cole Custer knows this is his move. He backs off. Down in the turn, contact. The 19's around.
21 up the racetrack, caught the 19. Caution comes out again. And Carson Hocevar in the 77 also involved. AJ Allmendinger slides sideways.
Yeah, big contact with the 77 into the door of the 19.
We talked about the old tires and the disadvantage that would be.
That left front not looking good, Steve.
No, I believe this is going to be terminal for the 77. Something's broken in the upper end of the suspension. You see all the body damage. You know, it's easy to use the 19 as well. Left front, completely bent in. Yes, Dave.
Hey, Steve, he reported to his crew, track bar broken. We are done.
Yep, I believe the 19, the 77 are going to be done. The 10 looks more just some superficial. The left rear definitely had some sort of contact. The yellow's gone. Guys, let's take a look. The 21 starts on the bottom, and the 10 or the 0 looks 3 wide.
He looks 3 wide, but the 21 goes down in the corner and just doesn't have the grip. He's so loose, he cannot turn the wheel left to drive the car around the bottom of the corner. Drives up the racetrack right into the door of the 19.
Yeah, just those old tires and not really understanding maybe the pace he can carry in there. He hasn't restarted with old tires before, you know, and so he drove in there, just miscalculated the amount of grip he was going to have. See the damage of that 10 car, right rear quarter panel. Here it is. Watch Austin Hill. Gets to the bottom, and immediately he's in trouble. Up the hill he goes and into the 19.
Yeah, he turned down in the corner. The car pitched loose as soon as he started left into the bottom. Right there. And you're right, Jeff, just going into the corner, not understanding just how hard he could go into that corner. How many times has he been into this corner on a restart on 29-lap tires? Probably not very often. Not a lot of information for him there. Let's listen to some in-car here from the 7.
Trying to put the 21 3 wide. Spinning ahead. Stay where you are. Inside, up.
The 10, I saw the contact, but unfortunately he gets turned around. Right rear corner hits the wall for AJ. Look at that. That's what breaks the track bar. That shot right into the left rear tire for the 19, shears off all the suspension, holding that rear end in place as Hocevar goes behind the wall. There's Ty Gibbs out of the car.
Allgaier up into the top 10.
Somebody in the wall out here.
And sliding and up back into the wall again goes Connor Mozak in the 24. Yeah, he had issues.
Right rear going down or something.
He had issues early in the corner.
Yeah, that's one of those where, you know, we used to have drivers meetings and NASCAR would always tell us, if every car starts doing this, just crank the wheel to the left and lock it down. And Connor fighting it all the way, got the wheel turned back to the right and ends up driving all but head on in the wall.
You talked about the disagreement between the 98, the Black Monster car, and that 18 of Smith. You see to the top, to the bottom, and then the block by the 98. Actually, some pretty decent damage on the right front fender of Sammy Smith.
That is true. So the 98 goes high. Sammy makes a move to the top. 98 goes high. Sammy goes to the middle. 98 blocks him again. That's when a driver says enough is enough. You know, you block me once, I get it. You can't go everywhere I go.
Listening to Allgaier.
Right with you. Gap at half. On the mid, 3 wide. Coming up top also. 3 wide.
The big benefactor in all of that was Zane Smith and that white.
Professional race car driver in the Xfinity Series. Got a spin off of turn 4 here. Parker Kligerman gets the car loose, but he did a good job there. The car didn't come all the way around. You don't see the roof flap up or anything. Gets through the grass, doesn't tear up the splitter. Good save there. We talk about coming up behind him. Gets a little bit loose, and Kaz gets in the right rear quarter panel.
Something was going on with that 48 car prior to that.
Yeah, he looks like he's struggling a little bit with some kind of an issue, maybe a tire problem. Kim, what you got?
Well, actually, right before this incident, he had come on the radio and said, I need to come down pit road. They said right side tires and fuel. So he had the intention to come down pit road, likely a tire going down. So Parker Kligerman spinning after what was a tire issue.
And probably didn't have the opportunity to wave, put his hand out down the backstretch. So Kaz Grala was just right up on him, not knowing that he was trying to come to pit road.
NASCAR threw that caution right there, you know, and
he's still on the racetrack here trying to catch up with the field, going at a very reduced rate, just in case the tire tries to come apart.
Fifth spot,
there's
the caution.
The car in the grass right here, the 91.
Chad Chastain.
So there will be a restart.
Well, first the decision is why we know that no one in the field has
lose the back of the car. Everybody at this point of the race is out of control, out of tires, out of grip. He does a good job getting slowed down into the grass. No damage to the car.
Bumping and banging as they get to the start-finish line. Everybody fanning out. Chandler Smith not having a great restart. And up the racetrack sideways, the 16, Chandler goes. And the caution comes out.
NASCAR is going to have to go back and look at that restart. You know, you're not allowed to change lanes until the start-finish line, but that's assuming everybody accelerates. We saw a lot of wheel spin. Some cars didn't go. This is those tough decisions when you have to be in the NASCAR tower. They're going to have to look at that restart and assume, you know, did the 98 have no changes lanes, kind of getting loose and going left? You know, I don't think the 98 pulled right as much as the 16 goes left. Let's look.
He gets a shove right here. That turns him left. I think NASCAR might look at that and not come down too hard on the 98.
Well, I don't know what he does other than wreck the 16, to be honest, right? I mean, the 16's sideways turning left, and the 98 almost holds his line and just continues almost straight down the straightaway as the 16 goes left.
Well, let's remind everybody what the rule is. The rule is that you have to launch in the Geico restart zone, and you have to maintain in your lane. You can't change lanes until you get to the start-finish line. So was the 98, clearly he was in a different lane than the 16, but the 16, like, he went down there, you know, because he had gotten hit. So I don't know how NASCAR looks at that. I think that's a judgment call. The big winner in all of that.
Restart zone. And back to green. They stack up on that outside line and now start to fan out. A really good restart for A.J. Allmendinger. Herbst falling back, but look at Allmendinger pulling away from the field. Hemrick to the bottom of the racetrack. Riley Herbst still outside trying to get momentum up. One more time around.
White flag.
Oh, the 11's out of control.
Slid up the racetrack, but he keeps it going straight.
That's because the 21's front bumper was jacking him up down the front straightaway.
Side by side for second. But it's Allmendinger who has dominated here late. Herbst into second, but Allmendinger out of turn 4, grabbing his 17th career win. A.J. Allmendinger wins at Nashville.
Wrecking down the front straightaway to the start-finish line. Big crash. Multiple cars involved there as the team celebrates.
Thank you. Everybody, amazing job. Pit stop, Everybody fixing the car.
And so right here, see, he starts getting up the racetrack and make contact.
Yeah, just ran out of racetrack there. It's really everybody out of control, but watch him back to the throttle here. Gasses it up. Just drives right in the door of the 31, and everybody coming from behind. A lot of contact. Parker backwards across the finish line.
Parker ends up having a pretty good day as a guy who was just outside of the playoff picture, coming in that 13th position. All smiles, though, for Colleague Racing as they are back in victory lane with A.J. Allmendinger.
Go as well as they'd hoped. A lot of pressure with this driver.
It breaks free just as he was about to exit turn 4 up into the.
Daniel wanted to run a 77 in the first round. We'll have to back up that to be able to beat his teammate. Have a shot at the pole. Oh, a big moment. He's going to spin
all the way
hard into the wall.
Backs it into the wall in 4 before he had even taken the green.
All right, guys. Still free.
And a fire on the driver's side as he's trying to refire it.
His teammate Chastain just went out there and went on top of the board at a 79, and that gave Daniel even more confidence that the track had grip in it. He aggressively was coming to the green, trying to make sure he had enough momentum, and the car just did not stick. That thing came around quickly. Junior, I suspect, you see right there, I mean, that saw a little bit of a wiggle, then around it went.
That's so tough on your confidence, and you feel like you're, in that car, driving it, you're the only one out there in control, and when you lose control, it's your fault. It's tough to take.
Hi, I'm Parker Kligerman. For more access like this from Pit Road, be sure to click and subscribe to the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel.
Allowing this 45 to go by. Realizes that he doesn't have the car to hold him off right now.
About 15 laps away from the halfway point of this race, and already the front stretch completely in the shadows, so the track will be changing, Dave.
Kyle Busch can pass race cars. We certainly know that, and we saw that in this last run from 28th on the restart after a pit road penalty up to 15th. He needs it to turn a little bit better in the center of the corner. Ty Gibbs below him in the 54 car. It's been okay this day. Pretty loose on that last run, Marty.
About the same point in this stage as everyone pitted in stage 1, splitting it in essence in half. You see William Byron jumping to his stall, saying the car just got too free the further he ran. Also Ross Chastain pulling in. Same comments for Chastain, said the car just got way too free. So that's sort of the commentary from a lot of the drivers. Track changing in this run as well, Kim.
And for the 5 car of Kyle Larson, he told his team he's struggling on restarts tighter than it was before. Earlier in the run, though, he said it was free in the rubber. We'll look at Martin Truex Jr. in the pits right now. Martin coming in just a little bit sideways on this stop. No major complaints, though, for Truex in that Toyota, Dave.
Chase Elliott, this run not bad because he still likes the balance. So where they were, they are, and he is okay with that. A little interference on the radio has been annoying, but it's not stopping them from hearing Chase.
Oh, we got a spin back there. Tyler Reddick's around.
Tires off. He's lost a wheel.
So the caution.
And he had just pitted, guys. Just came off pit road for Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, caution came out. He has blocked pit road. And you see him rolling now without that right rear tire. Wheel completely off.
AMR safety truck's going to secure that tire that's laying on pit road.
And Steve, when we talked to NASCAR earlier this weekend, they mentioned if the tire comes off on pit road, it's a different penalty than if it comes off on the racetrack.
Yeah,
but he was right there on the entrance to pit road.
Well, yellow to yellow, I would say they'd say that it was on pit road. Let's take a look right here. He obviously knows he has an issue. You see the fire out the pipes. Right rear tire's trying to come off the car.
What a handful. That thing looked like it was evil. He's trying to get it to pit road.
Yeah, the wheel's coming off of it.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
That extra playoff point. This is what this team has to clean up to be the type of championship contender we talk about when we talk about Kyle Busch or Joey Logano and those teams.
Yeah, and before we send it back up, I just want to talk about that restart to the second stage.
Wow.
3 wide for 3 laps. These guys thought they were in Talladega or something.
Listen, that's old school racing right there.
Yeah.
You used to see that at the fairgrounds. You see it at Talladega. You see it at Daytona. You see it other places. But on a 1.5-mile racetrack, on this mid-range super speedway, very rarely. I was on the edge of my seat, and I know you were too.
Yeah, sure was.
Well, we were as well, as they're now choosing inside or outside lines for the restart. Dave.
Kyle Busch is back in the mix. Here's a discussion with his team.
We got a good car, man. We'll make up for it. You're doing a great job out there, all right? Yeah, 10-4. My bad, getting us behind. We'll keep marching along. Yes, sir. Doing a great job.
Little positivity there between crew chief Randall Burnett and Kyle Busch. 15th now as they go by the choose line and within striking distance of the front.
Dave, there are things in a race that can really change your outcome to the good or the bad. That was a situation right there where 2 drivers in cars, the 6 of Keselowski, the 23 of Bubba Wallace, that caution came out at a perfect time. The 6 was 18th. The 23 was in 22nd. Look where they're running now. They had not pitted. So that was a huge gain to these guys. Let's see if they can take advantage of it.
So the 11 and the 19 lead lap. 6:23 lead lap. 24 lead lap is a free pass. The 2 is a lap down. This is a very rare occasion, so the field's a little mixed up. What you need to know, the Gibbs car's on the front row, that is for the lead of the race.
Going back through the restart zone. And again, race leader Martin Truex Jr. First into the gas. Door to door, and the 6 falling back quickly.
Big crash back here.
Here comes Blaney around. Kyle Busch going in. Will they miss the wall? A close call there. Blaney may have gotten into he did hard into the inside wall.
Heavy damage to the front of that car. Man. That must have been a pretty hard impact. We don't see these cars suffer that much damage.
Just recently, with the improvements to the front and rear clip, they've made them a little more collapsible so that they do collapse so that the driver doesn't take so much of the blunt of that force.
You can see right there above the car where the car impacted this wall on the inside.
AMR safety crew immediately to Ryan.
That is heavy damage. The front of that car is really destroyed.
Yeah. That wall right there, a concrete wall on the interior of this racetrack. And we put safer barrier all the way around this place on the inside, outside, and you sometimes don't put it somewhere. Cars have a way of finding those areas. We've went through this on all types of circuits throughout the series. Cars go in places you never thought they would.
It almost looked as though he couldn't steer it away from that wall, too, because he was headed in a straight line right at the wall when we saw the 8 be able to veer off and go a different direction and not make contact.
Yeah, just a weird series of events that put him in motion toward that wall. He's getting down on the ground, getting some great treatment here from the AMR safety crew.
He is out of the car. They will make the mandatory trip to the infield care center to get checked out. A doctor that travels all the time with the AMR safety crew down there. Let's take another look at what happened.
So the 6 car struggles, and you have to wonder how that stacked up, everything here. Kyle Busch gets in the back of the 12 and turns him around. Yeah, I mean, he just couldn't steer the car away from the direction it was going. I don't think there's anything Blaney could have done to change where this car was headed.
Yeah, that all started way ahead of him, and right there, that is such a massive hit.
Yeah.
See, it started way in the front, and now it's just a stack up.
Alex Bowman into the door of the 8 right there. Little contact on the right front of this 48 car. Blaney gets off the brakes, trying to hope that car is going to start to turn, and he can correct it. This could have been a whole lot worse. You know, the car not being able to accelerate.
Yeah, watch this. The angle of impact is what is bad about that wreck right there. It's not the speed of a car matters, but the angle of impact. And this is almost a straight head-on impact as the car goes to the wall. Look at that. Mm-hmm. You know, look at the left front and the right front. They almost hit at the same time, and that's how this is very hard to absorb that energy. If it hits a glancing blow, it does not have near the G-forces, but when it's head-on like that, it is a ton of G-forces.
As you mentioned, Rick, NASCAR has done a lot to these cars over the last year to try to allow these cars to absorb these type of hits better, and we typically aren't seeing this type of damage with these impacts. But now, as they have made some changes to both the front and the rear clip, that's the repercussions of it. You know, that's going to tear up a lot more stuff. They're going to spend more money in repairs and so forth, but it allows the car to absorb these hits so the drivers don't have to.
Well, we saw the 6 of Brad Keselowski was the car that seemed to have a trouble.
Deep into the corners. Can he get to the throttle right here off of 2?
Worrying that the tires are wearing away on him. If he has a chance, it's going to have to happen here real soon. Coming up on 2 laps to go.
He's found a little something right there in that middle of 3 and 4. Just not enough.
2 more times around. Ross Chastain making it an historic weekend for Trackhouse Racing. They gained their first pole yesterday. It was his first pole in the Cup Series. Trying to close it out. He's led the most laps today at 97, and adding to that, Martin Truex Jr. trying to keep the momentum up. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank.
White flag, hit your mark.
Justin Marks and Pitbull put this team together. A year ago, both teams were able to win, both cars, with Daniel Suarez and Ross Chastain. And as you mentioned, made a run for the championship, was in that Final 4 pairing. Now he's going to have another shot at it. A win here at Nashville for Ross Chastain puts him in the playoff.
5, Dean Thompson, Mason Massey involved. The 32, Brett Holmes.
Did you see Nick Sanchez look like he got through there unscathed? He was right in the middle of it.
Is that Timmy Hill, another one?
And there's Dean Thompson.
Lap number 2.
I don't see a lot of damage on Timmy Hill's truck. Remember, these are some of the trucks that had to go bent in. Let's see if we can tell what happened. We're hearing maybe the 5 might have got run into from behind. And then
look at Nick Sanchez. Threads that needle.
Splits the defense right there and goes between the 5 and the 20.
Takanori Ogata in the 20 this week. A lot of damage on both sides for the 32.
They just barely even up to full speed. Let's see if we can ride along with Ty Dillon. Remember, Ty was one of those trucks that had to go to the back as well. See Sanchez right in front of Ty. You see those trucks get together right in front, and Ty just woes it down. He just stops it so he can drive through here at a leisurely pace. That's experience for you. See Dean Thompson get turned around. I believe Dean might have had a little bit of help from behind. But a great job by Nick Sanchez.
Brett Holmes in for some fixes. The 38 truck has been really solid here. Actually, I think it's 3 times Zane Smith finished runner-up in this truck at this racetrack, so they know what they've got. 32 Brett Holmes goes around. Caution comes out for the second time. That was one of those damaged race trucks from the first incident.
Yeah, even if he didn't have a flat tire, there may have been enough aero damage to that truck as to make it harder to drive. And you see Brett's got a lot of damage right now.
But that's easier said than done. He was way back in the pack. I think the truck was damaged, but the racing in front of him was so intense. We're going to see a lot more of this. We know how the truckers like to charge, and they're charging.
Stage number 2 for the win. And this battle on the right side, these two have been wrecking each other, and now Stephen Parsons goes around. The caution comes out for the 6th time.
Well, that was obviously intentional about the 38, but they've been, you can see all the battle scars on that truck. They've been together. Was losing some ground, and Stephen was trying to get by him, finally got by him, but not without some contact. I mean, Stephen got loose underneath him, and they got together, and then obviously the 38, you know, got into Stephen and turned him in the outside wall. Let's hear what the 38 said.
Good to have him back. He's having a nice night tonight. And right as we're talking about him, at 91 at Jackwood, goes around. He brings it down pit road. The caution is out for the 7th time.
See, no damage to that truck. He was able to hold it off the wall. I'm sure more than likely he was side by side with another truck, whether there was a little contact or maybe just lost some air off the spoiler. Let's see if we can see what happened here. To the inside, he's going to make contact with that left rear corner. Nice job by Jack to get that truck down off the racetrack.
Boyer just squeezes by as well.
There's the contact right there.
With the 7th truck. Woo.
Yeah, battle for the 13th position. Ty Dillon saw the 25 truck. You see Jack. Is that what you hear? Ty out of the throttle when Jack gets off the throttle.
Here's that moment.
Racetrack. Here's Clint. There's the contact right there.
Whew. That's where it was close.
And you see right behind Clint, Jack goes off the racetrack. So very fortunate for Clint.
.37 laps to go from Nashville Super Speedway. Stay with us as Christian Eckes continues.
Stay off each other. Don't bring out another caution flag.
The tightest battles for 3rd. Christian Eckes and Corey Heim. Ankrum, Grant Enfinger back in 6th. Ben Rhodes 7th. Matt Mills with a really solid night in 8th. Corey Heim to the inside. Wants to take that 3rd spot away from Raja Carruth. And he does it. 19 of Christian Eckes will see the white flag next time by. There it is, 1 lap to go for Christian Eckes, who's hoping to hang on and say he led every single lap. On stage 1, stage 2. Had a smile on his face earlier, knew we had something great with this race truck. what a streak he has been on. This 19 team, Charles Denike, the crew chief, doing everything right at Nashville. Checker flag is in the air. Christian Eckes gets it done for the third time of 2024. Charles Denike with a smile on his face. Now that's one for the record books.
Sheer domination.
Been since 2016.
Let's take a look.
Look, Allgaier really heavy in the throttle. Watch right here. Goes to the throttle real aggressively.
They were fighting for the 4th position. Was there contact? I mean, it looked like he was really close to that left rear.
You know, it was hard to tell. But, you know, aerodynamically, to your point, you can get a guy really loose doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's contact there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's contact. And, you know, if you're Gibbs, you're hot, and you have every reason to be. You know, you just got run into in a vulnerable part of the corner. See, right there, he's just the 7. He's just in the gas really hard and just made contact with him.
All those drivers were so good, but pit road got that 20 out in a great spot. And now John Hunter Nemechek is going to win the guitar at Nashville.
Oh, yeah, boys. Good job. Good job, guys. Nice job. Welcome back, driver. Great work.
Chandler Smith coming home 2nd. Jesse Love 3rd. Austin Hill was 4th. Gregson 5th. Caution is out here in Nashville, and it's yesterday's Xfinity Series winner, John Hunter Nemechek, that slid off of turn 4 and into the infield grass. Take a look.
He's running 37th. You can see the back of the pack, so struggling with his race car. Just trying to find some speed. The grip isn't there. Car goes around. I thought he was going to get stuck in the grass, but just stayed in it and kept rolling just enough to get him back on the asphalt and the concrete.
And now this is a big intersection because I think the rain is going to come here in the next 20 minutes or so, but this is a window to make it to the end of the stage. So the leaders are forced to pit, but will anybody
Find him while he kept his eyes focused in front? Oh, and around goes the 54. Gibbs slides into the grass. The caution comes out.
Rolling out to the asphalt here. Rolling out to the asphalt. Right here.
So Gibbs coming off of 4 may have had some help there.
The 48's all the way against the wall, so really I think Ty just needed the racetrack. Obviously he was having some handling concerns, either loose and didn't dare turn the wheel, or tight. It's hard to tell. You know, 48 doesn't do anything wrong. He can't move right anymore.
Yeah, you see right there, almost just looks like Ty may have thought he was going to slide in behind Alex Bowman, but either way, contact, and around he goes. All that track position gone. And we showed the 22 car before the restart, the strategy that they played to gain position and get in 4th. Right behind him is Denny Hamlin. This is the restart. Joey Logano is now running 14. So what happened? You drive into turn 1, the 22 car never takes a set in the racetrack, and you wonder, you know, back-to-back 2 tires. Back-to-back they put 2 tires on, so.
And eliminates gray. You get a great before and after, and then the after, that boost you get when you look and feel your best. And try one-day beard and brow color. The fastest, easiest way to cover grays and define lines.
Next, please. Extra cold.
7 car Corey LaJoie on the bottom of the racetrack. Never is able to stay on there where he needs to be up the racetrack. Gets into the 15. Riley Herbst into the wall. Damage to the right front control arm. Well, Riley's going to be frustrated with that. Now, Corey didn't mean to do it, but, you know, Riley's like, hey, man, it's your job to keep the car in the line it needs to be in.
This was just Riley's 3rd start in the Cup Series this year, running full-time in the Xfinity Series.
Running up the racetrack, trying to run the lowest possible line he can.
And Nick, this didn't happen 5 years ago. No way did you see this many laps at a high-speed track between the side draft or the outside car making the inside car loose. They just didn't have the ability to run side by side. Now we're seeing continuous laps. I don't think Denny knows which lane he's looking for.
Bell shipped it down in there, that corner. He drove it way down in the corner, but it hurt him on corner exit.
Oh, a wreck behind him. We see the 9 of Chase Elliott, Rick.
Sliding into the grass. Caution comes out for the 8th time.
Easy. Couldn't see what happened. I just saw at the top of the screen, he kind of got spun out of line. I don't know if it was on his own or if he had help.
There, but around it goes. And that's the razor's edge that these drivers are on. I spoke to several drivers this morning, and what they said was that to get the car to turn in the middle of the corner, the back of the car doesn't feel like it's stuck in the racetrack. It doesn't talk to them and let them know when it's too loose. That's what happened right here. He was in the gas. And it started coming around on him. He did not expect that at all.
So think about that. Chase Elliott, an amazing race car driver, spins out with no contact. Yet the two leaders are side by side. The racing is just shocking.
Here we go, let's ride along again.
Rolling the bottom, one back. Hold on to it, hold the brake. Keep it rolling.
So the art of driving a race car is being able to operate on the edge of grip. And when you step over it, that's the result. But if you're never willing to get there, you don't have enough pace. Let's listen.
No damage to the car besides going through the grass?
No, sorry.
It got loose. No, man, it's all good.
So I love that. It's all good. And why is it all good? Because that's what you have to do as a driver. You have to operate in that margin, and if you're not willing to...
Allmendinger, LaJoie, Chastain, Logano, do they have to run a long ways?
Oh, Christopher Bell around. Big damage on the 20.
Huge hit for Christopher Bell. Caution has come back out again.
Broken toe link.
Making it 3 wide. Oh, he just gets loose. He's all by himself. We talked about dancing on that razor's edge and what happens when these cars get loose, and there it is. That thing came around on Christopher before he even knew it. These cars are difficult to drive, and being in all that traffic makes it that much more difficult. You just don't have the downforce on the race car back there in traffic.
He had been up front for most of the day, so that clean air definitely a lot different.
And believe it, oh, big spin.
Keselowski into the wall. And the 10th caution comes out.
How bad is it?
Harrison Burton also spinning around.
Wrecked this under caution.
Wrecked us under caution. We'll have to get a replay to see exactly.
Oh. Just came down on Dillon. Must have thought he had him cleared.
Oh, Murray trying to pull you back. Clear. Inside. Hold the brake.
It's hard because the audio, I'm not sure, is exactly lined up with the...
He just thinks he has Austin clear. Austin carrying his speed into the corner, and they make contact. Down the back straightaway.
Yeah, there's got to be more to this story because the 77 just hooks a 21.
I think NASCAR is going to like that under caution.
Yeah, there's got to be more to that story. You run next to one another enough. We've seen how many people mad at one another, and I agree. I think NASCAR is going to take a look at that. They do not like issues on pit road or issues under yellow. Let's listen in to Hocevar.
Why the would he check up? Just get caught up. Stay off the radio. Don't know what happened right there. You're good. We'll talk about it later.
I think there's
a backstory.
A few, for sure.
Laps to go at Nashville.
They all think they can make it on fuel, but again, it's very close. Are the calculations right?
Denny Hamlin coming. Oh, what a slide by Austin Cindric. That brings the caution out. There'll be a restart. Welcome.
What Hamlin will do. Oh, just a little contact. And what it did, it just caused Cindric to lose control. And we see that so many times where it looks like a harmless touch, but it just can shoot your car in a weird direction, and then you have to correct, and then you get yourself in trouble.
So now, Rick, we can kind of set the stage. You know, Wallace probably the biggest concern on fuel, but, you know, we heard the fuel switch conversation from Gabe Hart. You know, I don't think you could pit if you're Hamlin, but who?
Green flag back in the air. A big push by the 5, and up the racetrack, he catches the 1. Chastain into the wall. Big contact, caution comes out again. Gabe Hart said, I only have one chance at a green-white checkered, as we see Austin Dillon shoving the 43 of Eric Jones. Chastain, the window net down.
From having a chance to win the race to having your day done.
Hey, to Kyle Busch caught up in it as well, Rick.
We knew someone was going to make it 3 wide. But behind them was 3 wide. But that right there, just Larson gets up the racetrack. He was pushing, it looked like he was pushing Hamlin.
Something
and he just lost the front.
Something sparks, Jeff. Watch the front of the 5. I don't know if he hits the apron. Something seems to spark when it turns right. Hard to tell from that angle, but from behind, it looked like the left front might have caught the apron, really shot the 5 up the racetrack. Take a look.
He's in the back of the 11 right here. Gets on the apron. That's the splitter hitting the apron, and now it doesn't turn.
You and I were out there. That yellow paint is not on the racetrack like other racetracks. It's on the apron. So when he touches that yellow line, that is the flag.
It's like he's pushing Hamlin, trying to move him up the racetrack to try to drive underneath him, but doing that, he wasn't able to get his car where he wanted it to go.
And there's zero doubt if someone was going to wreck, they were going to wreck in front of Kyle Busch. I mean, they've done everything right today. Everything right for this 8 car, and here he is, the 1 dead sideways in front of him. Nothing Kyle Busch could do different.
Right along with Larson.
It's just pushing too late. You know, you're trying to push down the straight to get momentum, but now you're pushing in the corner, and it's just too late to do it.
Just 2 by 2, stay up, wreck it, come down, hang on. Unbelievable. Hang on up there, it's gonna drop.
I'd said the 4. Not sure how that happened. We'll find out, but green flag back in the air. A great start for the 11. The 5 ducked down, cut the 19, and we've got a spin in the back. Let's see if he's able to keep it straight and we stay green. 3 wide per second. Denny Hamlin pulling away. Will he have enough fuel to come all the way back around? They're wrecking behind him. The caution will come out again. There's more overtime.
Caution on the back.
Back further than this. Look right to the right edge. We're going to watch the 77 back up. Here comes the 50. Here comes the 51. I think somebody gets Harrison first. So now looking at it that way, somebody somehow,
Ryan Preece.
Yeah, gets into Harrison, turns him right. He catches the 51, And then it's just a melee, right? Everybody's spinning. Let's take a look here.
Wide middle. Still 3 middle.
He's
Still
gonna
3
get caught
middle.
from behind.
Easy, easy, easy. Come middle, come middle. Watch your outside.
Yeah, you saw Roofs move way in the back. This might be a good shot of what happens first. This is great slow motion right here. All right, so Priest gets the right rear of Harrison, sends him right, and then they're all banging. Now, it's hard for me to know what Priest was struggling with here. Let's see. Oh, well, he's struggling because he has Harrison's rear tires off the ground. So, pushing, not trying to wreck him, trying to push 21. It's a green-white checker.
2 to go from Nashville. The 5 doesn't go. They bottle up behind him. Big wreck for the 8.
Out of fuel.
5 was out of fuel. Caution comes out again.
That's what we talked about earlier. If you run out of fuel in front of this pack, it's going to get ugly.
Frustration there.
He gets a response, no matter what. In victory lane, he gets a response. Having issues, absolutely, Rick.
He's just going to keep doing it.
Just stop.
Well, it's broke. It's broken something in probably the toe link or something, and he just couldn't get it rolling. It's been that kind of year. I mean, he's expecting Larson to be going, and he can't.
Five away, still half off, ready, green. He's out of fuel, middle, pushing you. Hold the brake.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? You said it, right? Everybody has to try to go. The 5 does a nice job of moving right to not get wrecked.
I think that we are in the position of some really difficult decisions have to be made. Logano pitted on 221. Can he afford to run out of fuel here? So many.
Getting ready for the restart again. LaJoie in that second row. Logano and Chase Briscoe making up row 1. Looks like the 9's out of fuel. He falls back. They're side by side for the lead.
48 looks like he's not accelerating as well as he had hoped. The 71 has some momentum battling up front.
Logano back to the inside. Chase Briscoe fighting on the outside. Logano drifts up the racetrack. He takes Briscoe all the way up out of the groove.
If Briscoe gets to him.
White flag here by 2, yellows out, crap, stay fuel.
One more time, we're going to try overtime. They didn't get to the white flag, and you see the 4. Such a tough day for Josh Berry. Was sideways into the wall and then down, and it didn't look like he was able to refire.
No, and that's a pretty
caution.
And it's a heavy impact. I mean, look, I know we want to get the race finished, and I understand all that, but in the end, NASCAR has an obligation.
Back in the gas they go. Both get away clean.
Great restart for Logano. Now it's about hitting your marks. You don't have to defend. Just make lap time.
And do you have enough fuel? Tyler Reddick making the move on the high side all the way up to 4th. Down the backstretch. Here comes Briscoe. Logano on the bottom. Briscoe drifting back. Here comes Reddick.
He is flying. He is going to get to the 22.
1 to go. White flag in the air. Next flag ends the race. Reddick to the high side. Logano drifts up. Logano looking for a win in 2024. Reddick, one more chance. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. He goes up the racetrack. Logano goes up to block. Off turn 4. Logano is going to win in Nashville.
of job. Good job, guys.
Great job saving there, bud.
The gamble paid off. It's unbelievable. Not just a perseverance, not just
checkered flag for Joey Logano, and it was a crazy finish again. We see the 99 go up, clip the 19.
This was on the front straightaway.
He gets right back in the gas.
And then he said he had just enough fuel. It stumbled when he crossed the finish line. And the team celebrates again. 15 and 13 now straight years for Joey Logano.